Everything stated in this video is my opinion and my opinion only. And just like everything else in these cases we discuss here on this channel, everything is alleged. Hey, you guys. How is everyone doing? Hey, Rachel. Hey, Kathy, Probable Cause. Hey, Claire, Megan, Angel, Lisa. Hey there, Proud Parrot. How you doing? Woke up 1984. Hey, good to see you. Explore Core. Hey, how you doing? JS, Joey. Hey there. Jeannie, the crime tourist on YouTube. That's a cool name. Hey, how you doing? Oh, okay. So we're going to go through a couple of things right before we get started with this. Now, I will say I did go in and do some highlighting and take a couple of notes. Hey, Danny. Have you? Yeah, well, this hopefully is not that long. Now, look, I know that it's 175 pages, but the font, let me show you all the font real fast. It's big writing. It's actually like super big writing. Okay, let me get to this real quick and then we'll, like, I'm not going to get started yet, but y'all see this? Like, it's big text. It's big text. So I went in and I highlighted the differences between who is who. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Cancel. And we're going to read it that way. We're going to read it highlighted. Now, I will say, I have gone in and taken notes on a couple of things. And what I'm trying to do is set up like a Google Drive link for members only so that I can make sure that I'm aware of who I'm sharing information with, because it's still connected to my Google Drive, my information, and I have to be careful. So it's going to be members only Google Drive information where I'm going to start putting in stuff like this, where I've gone in and highlighted, taken notes, where I've gone in and taken notes on the live like reviews of videos and stuff. Like whenever I did the video about the interview that Laura Lodge did with both SF and Seth Rogers in the Sebastian Rogers case, or whenever I go in and I take notes on what's her face, Megyn Kelly and stuff like that. Like I want to start putting my notes in there so that you guys can just have like that little bit of extra stuff. And that way, again, I can keep track, because your member information will match like your Google information, because you have to be logging in through your Google account on YouTube. So it makes it to where I can make sure that not only is it going to the people that are paying for that access with those memberships, but it's also not just being like shared around, because I can make comparisons for who has it, because it's going to tell me who has access. So we're going to get that started. I already have like the folder created. I just have to get everything like put in it, because there's a couple of things that I'll have in there before I release it. Hey, Willie. Hey, Danny. Stephanie. I've got something to say. Lori. Noodles. Now, I have gone through, I've skimmed through obviously all of it, because every little tiny bit of it is highlighted, but I have not read all of the details. So some of this I'm going to be reacting to in real time, because I didn't read that portion, or my eyes skimmed over it, but I didn't get all of it. There's a lot of contradictions in here, actually. Yeah. Hey, Donna. Hey, Gina. Hey, Ransom. Hey, Meg. Hey, Corinne. Hey, Vogue. MPD. Nicodeme, how you doing? Allison, Doc. Hey, Marie. Hey, okay, you, Little Heart Oak. She went into that 9-hour freaking live that we just did on all of the orders from the judge, and she did like hella detailed ass timestamps. Like hella. It took her forever, and they are like so detailed, and it's not just like timestamps, but like a lot of detail behind the timestamp. Like she went insane putting that information in there. Thank you so much for doing that, because it was a lot. It was a super lot, and I still plan, which will probably happen. It was going to happen today, but then the transcript dropped, and that's what's important at the moment. But I'm going to be going in and taking all of the new like case factual information that came out and condensing it down into just like, hey, this is these are the highlight points of the case fact stuff when it comes to some changes of things that we have seen and heard about. Just this case is getting more insane as it is, honestly. Like it's super wild. And actually, I guess I can go ahead and mention it now, because most of y'all have seen the video I did about that one article that I found whenever I was going back through some of Sleuthy Goosey's old tweets about the car and exculpatory information in Bethany Funk. And it was an article saying that they had taken like the trail of the white Hyundai Elantra, the SV1, 24 miles like in the opposite direction towards like Troy and Kendrick, and they had asked for surveillance footage at a bunch of stores that way. And it makes a lot of sense that they were going in directions that we didn't understand because of what we find out about how the probable cause affidavit was a living document from before they even had Bryan Kohberger's name. So there's like giant portions of it, according to Payne, that he wrote way before they ever had Bryan Kohberger's information, and they just like added to it and finagled it. So, I mean, that's what I was talking about with the information that we had about them going so far out that way. I'm like, okay, they're taking that exact same information that they're telling us is supposed to be for Bryan Kohberger's movements, and they're taking that exact same information and following it in a direction that they never told us about, that doesn't have anything to do with what they're telling us now. They're wanting us to think that everything went south in this way, but in reality, the car that they're chasing went way the other direction. Like, that doesn't make any freaking sense. And that matches to what we're hearing now about this being a living document that was created before they ever had Bryan Kohberger's name. And there were things that were added to that living document that were not important to the case, that were not important to the details of the vehicle or the direction that the case was going until after they had Bryan Kohberger's name on December 19th. And then all of a sudden, certain things were like finagled and added in there, some things removed, like you can tell. And it really just gets on my nerves because as we're going through it, you're going to see that there's like certain objections and also certain times that the judge just comes in and straight up just interrupts Ann Taylor so rude. Like, Hitler's just rude. And then he like basically makes fun of how this one expert talks. Like, this one thing for me to like say some shit about somebody saying sheath with a freaking F instead of sheath with a TH. But this judge is like, you don't enunciate well, like right in front of like the audience that this expert witness has to now testify in front of, just like rude. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like I couldn't even imagine being up on the stand and being told that by the judge, and then they expect for you just this like go in and talk like normal, like you didn't just get like hella embarrassed. It was just like insane, just insane. But again, we're going to be reading off of the one that I have in here that I have gone in and highlighted, and I'm going to tell you who's who. I've already like have it in my mind how we're going to read it. Now, I'm not going to do the very like introduction part of it because all it is Hitler basically complaining that there's a bunch of documents that are supposed to be referenced, but that he doesn't have all the information like in front of him. Like, I guess he like the fact that it's in exhibits and stuff like that doesn't really matter to him. And he wants it like not only being attached to like the exhibits that are all turned in for all of the motions and all of the responses and all of the things, but he also wants like a secondary copy handed to him before court so that he can like follow along, which I sort of understand that. I do sort of understand that, but if it's being referenced and she can tell you exactly where it is and it's already on the court record, there should be a program in front of him where he can like type that in, like the page number that she's talking about or whatever, and go like straight to it. Like, honestly, I feel like he's a little bit like of a stickler about that, and it's really sort of unnecessary because he really complained about how big one of their filings was, but now he's wanting them to like give more information and have more stuff to file in the end because now he wants like the exhibits plus additional for court record. And I'm like, man, like you need to calm down a little bit. Melinda gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Congratulations to those of you that got those memberships. And don't forget that this Monday coming up, the 24th, is February's Members Only Live because we do it on the last Monday of the month. And it's probably going to be around like 6:30. We'll go like 6:30 to 8. And I'll put a post in the community tab, probably either tonight or tomorrow, and just like ask you guys what y'all want to talk about. And we'll just like pull it up and review stuff that y'all want to talk about because it's the Members Only Live, and we'll do whatever you guys want to do. We'll do whatever you guys want to do. Okay, it's been over almost 10 minutes, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to open this up and we're going to start reading it. Now, I will say there are a few things I'm already seeing that people are interpreting a little bit differently than I would interpret them. I'm not going to say that they're wrong because I can't pretend like I know everything just because I'm interpreting it a certain way. But I'll give you an example before we get started. I'm sure most of you guys have read this. Whenever I told y'all that it was out there, I had the link directly to the document in the community post. So I'm sure most of you guys have read through it. When it comes to the blood on the handrail, it was apparently coming from the first and second floor. Like it was the handrail from the bottom floor where Bethany was, leading up to the second floor where Xana and Ethan were and Dylan. Some people are saying that is the exact reason why it wasn't tested or followed through for, because it was in a part of the house that wasn't part of the crime scene. We can't really know that. So in my opinion, I'm saying, okay, that just tells me that the crime scene actually did involve the bottom floor, regardless of what they've been trying to tell us. And there's more evidence to that being the case than them saying, oh, well, it wasn't tested because there wasn't any proof of that. And the only reason I'm saying that I feel like there is proof that there should have been crime scene, like it should have been labeled the entire house, not just the second and third floor, because Ethan's golf clubs were with the defense team for like ever. And Ethan's golf clubs were apparently like being like in the bottom floor on the first floor in that extra room. There was like a bunch of stuff. And I feel like the blood on the handrail could have been several different things. So what if Ethan, trying to fight off an attacker, had like already fought the person and had some of their blood on his hands or on his body at some point, and he knew his golf clubs were in the bottom floor and he ran down to the bottom floor to get them? Because why else would the golf clubs be with the defense team? Especially with the way that we've heard some of these wounds were. We've heard that the coroner chick, Mabbitt or whatever, described them as gouges and stuff like that. And a lot of people do believe that like golf clubs were definitely used in this situation. So, I mean, it could either be Zelda has one of her balls and she's in the hallway and she just batted it so hard up against the door. Did y'all hear that? The dogs are in here asleep and she's like on kitty cat crack. So she's running around the house with her toys and she just batted the crap out of my door. Okay, I think she's back down the hall. Anyway, it could have been Ethan going down to get a golf club or somebody who knew the golf clubs were down there that was there to attack them, going down and getting them themselves. I don't know. But to me, it doesn't necessarily mean, oh, it wasn't tested because it wasn't part of the crime scene. It could technically mean that the bottom floor was also part of the crime scene and they've been full of shit the whole time. So there's that. That's my first rant. That's my first rant. And again, I haven't been able to see all the details, but I do know for a fact that I've seen things already that don't match the court order from the judge. And I didn't have time yet to sit down and pull up all 3 of those or 4 of all those like ridiculously long ass orders that we went through. What I'm going to end up doing is pulling up my live and doing the Control F thing on the transcript and seeing certain keywords that we talked about in reference to what I'm talking about, because when we get to it, I'll tell you, but I think there's at least like 2 things that the judge said in his orders that don't match what we're hearing here. Like there's some differences here and it's a little bit interesting about like considering that he denied everything, his orders don't match like what's being said. Okay, this is the transcript. And again, I know it says 175 pages, but it's not like bad because like, as you can see, it's like it's big. It's big font, big font. So we have Detective Payne. So he basically runs down like all of his credentials and shit all over again. And we heard that the first time, so we're going to skip a couple of them little things. But we have Rylan Nolan, and then Matthew Gamet, Daniel Hellwig, and then Leah Larkin. Before we get to that, I'm going to show you guys what happened with that motion for an out-of-state lawyer. It's Bicca Barlow. It is Bicca Barlow, which is interesting because she's been one of the defense's IGG experts for like the beginning of time, since the beginning of time. So now that she's going to be like an official like attorney, that's wild to me. Like, I wonder if that was always like, sort of like the end game, if certain things didn't like go through. And so I wonder if the domino effect that caused Bicca Barlow to now become part of the actual trial counsel is because the IGG is still in play and she's like, oh, hell no, we're not doing this. Hey, Jackie. She's like, hell no, we're not doing this. Hey, Truth Seeker. Hey, Aaron Hack. Hey, Ro. I'm trying to say hi to like a couple more people because I see like my members in here. Hey, Mark and Betty. Hey, C Tires. Hey, everybody. I don't want to lose my train of thought, though. I can't not stand that I can't see everybody. Okay, well, hello, and thank you for spending your Saturday evening with me. I will try to get to some more of you guys later, but don't forget we are doing our members only live Monday. So just don't forget. But I will end up doing like a shorter video about Becca Barlow and her background and stuff also, because I think it's like pretty important now that she's going to be part of the defense team. Now, I know that Jay Logson is still part of like the co-counsel, but it doesn't look like he's going to be talking at trial anymore. Like Elisa Masoth is still part of everything, and she will continue to be on for trial, but Jay Logson will not be participating as trial counsel at all. So I guess he's just going to be helping in the background and doing some certain things at certain hearings up until trial, but then come trial, he's like gonzo. So I guess maybe is there like a limit on how many can be sitting in the courtroom? Because I don't see why they can't be there at the same time. Like, why can't they both be around? I find that kind of rude. But whatever. I guess they're going to do whatever they want to do. Okay, these are the redactions. There's some really interesting information in here about the actual trail and track that was taken to get to certain conclusions when it comes to the IGG. And they mention certain redacted names, and it is like people in Bryan Kohberger's family tree, but it's really cool to see like how they end up connecting stuff. It's really cool. Like, you'll see how cool it is. But I still have like, I just am so scared for those things because we've already seen all of those like platforms and stuff be so sketchy. So sketchy. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read what the redactions are so that you guys know ahead of time, and then we're going to get into the document of the transcript. So on page 25, lines 6 through 26, line 21, this refers to a witness and a roommate of the victims. This is Dylan. I don't know why they decided to do this, because Ann Taylor even says in the transcript she tries to just use DM, and the judge like interrupts her, and he's like, oh, this is a closed session, you could say her name. But then they ended up just redacting her name anyway. And I'm like, bro, we all know who you're talking about. Why are we playing this game still? Like, this still being like under a gag and them having to like redact her name and all that stuff. Why? We all know who you're talking about. It's been like this forever. Why keep this part extra super secret and cause more problems whenever you don't need to? Like, I don't feel like this is necessary. So then we have page 28, line 12 through page 31, line 18. This portion of the transcript involves inquiries by the defendant related to a separate Franks motion instead of the relevant IGG topic, and like the portion listed immediately above, was objected to by the state and the objection was sustained. There's like 3 objections altogether from the state, if I can remember right. Page 151, lines 6 through 8 and 15. This portion of the transcript deals with the names of distant relatives of the defendant identified through investigative genetic genealogy research, which is already subject to a protective order previously issued by the Honorable John C. Judge when he was presiding in the case. And then page 153, line 9, this portion of the transcript relates to blank brothers, which are the 4 brothers that we found out about in the court order. This transcript would have made more sense to come out prior to the judge's orders. It really, really, really would have made more sense, because when that information came out, we were like, holy crap, what? And then it turns out that they had like some really low match percentage to the knife sheath DNA sample profile. But it still was like, holy crap, you had an entire like family that you were looking at to try to find a match. They even contacted one of them, and they were like, no. They were like, no, we're not doing this. I'm not participating in any of your shenanigans. So that's whenever I guess Othram had to stop what they were doing, because they couldn't do it through legal protocols. Because you're going to see that we've been hella lied to about Othram even more. Like, we were told at first Othram had nothing. And then now we're finding out that Othram did find something. They actually sent back lab reports, because they're the ones who found these low match relatives in the first place. And ISP got Othram's information back. But they didn't have Kohberger's name until after everything went to the feds. So it went from ISP to Othram. Othram did some stuff, then was told to stop, sent it back to ISP, and then ISP sent what they had to the feds. And I need you guys to pay attention when we get to that portion, because it sounds like they had like another sample that they sent off. Because I'm not sure that Othram could like send the sample back. Because remember, they said that it was so tiny, there was no way that they could like replicate anything. So that's another like really big issue when it comes to the DNA sample and how much and where it went and everything else, because they really were like, oh, yeah, no, we can't redo anything and like match anything to validate these results. You're going to have to just like trust it. Like they can't replicate anything when it comes to the actual knife sheath DNA. But that's what that portion is about. All right, so I'm going to close that portion out. Let me get back to where we were. Okay, this is the one. I don't need that one open anymore, or that one. Okay. Now I do have the PCA open because there's a couple of things in the PCA that gets mentioned that I want to reference to. So, okay. Yellow is going to be Hippler. I have it up here, but for some reason, because it was my own text, it wouldn't let me highlight it. Yellow is going to be Hippler. The court clerk is going to be in just a little bit of a darker yellow. Ann Taylor or anybody talking for the defense team, I think it is only Ann Taylor, it's going to be pink. Thompson or anyone for the state is going to be green. And then any of the witnesses is going to be blue. I did a lot of this yesterday whenever I was first reading it, but then I had to finish it today. Okay. This is just them going on the record. And this is Taylor and Logsdon being in there. And then for the state, it was Thompson, Nye, and Jennings. All they do is talk about having the witnesses stay the entire time, and that one of the state witnesses is there on remote. And that's pretty much it when it comes to this part. I don't want to go through all of their done rhetoric because we're here for like the information, and this is just them. And then they go into complaining about the documents and how he wants like separate pieces and all those other things. He's talking about wanting the files separate and not wanting to have to dig into everything, which again, I feel like they should have a system in place where if she says it's this exhibit, this page number or whatever, he should be able to go into like this digital reference and be able to click on it and have it in front of his face in like 30 seconds. I feel like all of this is like really, 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 really wild. Thank you for the $10, Aaron. What does that say? It says, I'm trying to wait, but I have a burning question and need your thoughts. I pulled up Kopacko's obituary after they said 4 brothers, and he is one of 4 brothers. You can save this for later. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I heard something about that. I do plan on looking into some stuff about Brent Kopacka just because there's a couple of things that people still seem to have questions on. And there's still a couple of things that I have a bunch of questions on because there's a whole bunch of coincidences there that are really, really hard to just like look past. Really, really hard to look past. And if we have just like low percentages of matches to a bunch of stuff and the reverse engineering is obvious, then it's very possible that they maybe, you know, could be distant cousins or some crazy stuff like that. I mean, we really don't know. I will probably look into all that stuff, but I appreciate the $10 super sticker, and I'm going to look into it more. I can't really give you an answer right here and now because I don't have like my own information, but I'm going to put something out soon. It's definitely on the list. Welcome, Lori, for being a new member. You guys ready? Okay, this is where Payne comes in, states his full name, and that he was in the military. This is where we get started, okay? And we're on page 8. What was your role? This is Ann Taylor. Ann, what was your role? Payne. I was assigned lead detective after about the first 24 hours in this case. What I want to know is who was technically the lead detective the first 24 hours? Who was assigned to take control and direct people on what to do before that 24-hour period if it wasn't until after that he was assigned? I didn't know that. I figured that he was lead as of 4 p.m. He's saying he didn't become lead until after 24 hours. So who was in charge? Who was in charge? And does that mean you have responsibility for the case and evidence? Payne. Yes, ma'am. Ann. Okay. As such, did you participate in a search for a suspect? Payne. Yes, ma'am. Ann. And when was the first time you heard Bryan Kohberger's name? Payne. The first time I heard Bryan Kohberger's name was December 19th, 2022. Ann. And what was the result of? What was that the result of? Payne. That was a result of investigative genetic genealogy that was being undertaken by the FBI. We had a phone call that evening, and we were told Bryan Kohberger's name. Ann. And before that, Mr. Kohberger was not on your radar. Payne. No, ma'am. Ann. Before December 19th, was the FBI CAS team member co-located with you? This is Balance. Payne. Yes, ma'am. Ann. How long had he been co-located with you? we also talked about this stuff already, like in court. I think I saw something. Thank you for the $4.99, C Tires. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. I saw something gliding by, but I didn't want to just like stop just yet. So if you guys do send something and I don't get to it right away, I promise I will get to it. I just don't want to like go back and forth 1,000 million times, but I promise I'm not going to ignore it. I promise you. But they did talk about this stuff, and we've been knowing since the hearing that there were several FBI agents located in the Moscow Police Department on the second floor with everyone that was involved in this case, which is a big reason why I keep saying that they can't keep considering this a tip when it comes to them handing over the IGG information that gave them Bryan Kohberger. Well, actually, we can't even say that anymore because it's not like some very specific family tree that was actually handed over to Moscow PD. It's actually his actual name, like his straight up name, which is wild to me. Like, you just straight up gave the name, but we were been told the entire time that it was like a small family tree that the Moscow PD had to like chisel away from, and that wasn't the case. It was not the case. Insane. And Payne, I don't remember exactly, but it had been several weeks at that point. And was that Nicholas Balance? Payne, yes, ma'am. And what other FBI team members were co-located with you? Payne, goodness, a lot. We had Technical Assistant Maria Tyndall, Special Agent Jacobson, and numerous other FBI special agents that were there to assist. And by the time it was December 19th and you first heard of Bryan Kohberger's name, had you reviewed videotapes? Payne, yes, ma'am. And how many hours of videotapes do you think you reviewed? Payne, I don't remember. A lot. I can't give you an accurate representation. And in those videotapes, did you focus in on any particular ones that were of interest to you? Payne, yes, ma'am. In particular would be are you talking about addresses that, how would you like me to refer to them? And how you nickname the cameras. So this is about the cameras. And this is where I'm actually really shocked. And I will not be afraid to admit that I was obviously wrong about Linda Lane, because these hookers just made Linda Lane relevant. Payne just made Linda Lane relevant, okay? I am shook that they have allowed all of this stuff for Linda Lane to be out here this entire time, and they are literally going to make it admissible right here, right now in this statement. Payne. So the first one from 1112 King Road. It was a surveillance camera, an exterior surveillance camera on a house that was immediately to the northeast of 1122 King Road. There was some footage from a Linda Lane camera. I forget the address off the top of my head. There was footage from the A&W, which is at the corner of Louder and South Main, or Highway 95. There was footage from an address on Indian Hills. We have that address in the PCA. There was also footage from a Ridge Road camera. That's the one that we found out where they first officially had the make and model of the vehicle was at Ridge Road. And that's how we referred to them, was basically by those names. So yeah, Linda Lane became relevant. But we don't know exactly, I guess, like which camera, because I highly doubt that's the only Linda Lane camera in that entire apartment complex. So there could be more than one Linda Lane camera. That one that is out there could, I guess, still not be relevant. It could be way too out of view for them to have been able to see anything at King Road, and maybe it's not relevant. But we know at least there's at least one Linda Lane camera relevant in this case. Is it the one out there? I don't know. Like I said, I could have been wrong this whole time, and it could be relevant. But they've been really, really good at deleting crap off the internet. Like, super hella good about deleting stuff offline. So I don't know. And with those references in mind and keeping December 19th in mind, which of those cameras were your focus before you learned of Bryan Kohberger's name? Payne. I would say all of them were of importance before that. And it was later the other cameras became important. Is that right? Payne. Those were the main ones we relied upon for vehicles in particular, is what those ones were. And I'm going to return to that in just a minute, but I want to talk to you about interviews. Did you interview any people in relation to the case before December 19th? Payne. Yes, ma'am. And did other officers interview people? Payne. Yes, ma'am. And were some of those people the roommates of the people at 1122 King? Payne. Yes, ma'am. And did you review other officers' work as well? Payne, yes, ma'am. Anne, did you have regular meetings with other officers about the status of the investigation? Payne, yes, ma'am. Anne, did you have any role in deciding to pursue investigative genetic genealogy? Payne, yes, ma'am. It was a collaborative decision amongst the command team to go that route, but yes, I was part of that. Just because you were sitting in on a meeting where you were the lowest level of authority does not mean that you were part of that. We have to remember that he is basically like not very much experienced, has not really been doing this for very, very long. And he's Moscow PD, he's local. When there's also state police, when there's other agencies involved besides the state police, and the feds are also involved and literally in the building, Payne not wanting to do the IGG wouldn't have meant a damn thing. They would have done whatever they wanted to do because the feds are the ones that wanted to do it. They're the ones who wanted to like get things done. So if Payne would have objected, it wouldn't have mattered. It would have still happened anyway. So again, he's on the bottom. Him being a part of that meeting doesn't really matter to me all that much. And were you part of the discussions during the process of the identification? Payne, yes, ma'am. And were you aware that Othram Laboratories began the work on the investigative genetic genealogy? Payne, yes, ma'am. Anne, what kind of information did you receive from Othram Laboratories? Payne, I don't remember what was received from Othram directly. I knew they were conducting their specific type of work. I don't remember exactly what they provided to us. Anne, did you receive some documents from them? Payne, yes, ma'am. See, that's something that we also learned here very recently because we've been told the whole time that Othram could not find anything at all, that they couldn't produce any results. And we are finding out that is such a freaking lie because they were able to find an actual entire family of low percent matches. That's not nothing. That's nothing. That's reports, that's opinions, that's analyses, that's names, that's people's information that was sent back over to ISP. So they cannot say that Othram didn't find anything. The fact that all this information was sent back over there and there was no warrant for it, plus no warrant for the federal information, like there was no protocols. No permissions, no protocols, no nothing took place that was supposed to take place here. And I am shocked but not surprised. Like it's just worse and worse and worse every time. Like I've said it a million times. How many cases actually have this shit going on, but because they're not mainstreaming out here in everyone's faces, nobody knows. Scary thought. Scary thought. Anne, okay, do you know how many documents you received from them? Payne, I do not. Anne, was it one time or more than one time? Payne, I don't remember. Anne, were you part of the discussion to take the work from Othram and go to the FBI? Payne, yes, ma'am. Anne, why was that decision made? Payne, from my understanding, granted, this is my first encounter with investigative genetic genealogy. Of course, he'd never done anything of this importance before, ever. Like when it comes to his police career, this was new for like everyone, literally everyone. So again, as a collaborative discussion, we decided that because the Idaho State Police Lab and Othram had essentially exhausted their resources, meaning the legal resources and the legal ways that they could conduct these tests, the feds were willing to break the rules because the feds know they don't have to answer to anyone. That's the only reason why this ended up happening like this. This is how I understood it, that we would move to the FBI because they had more resources available to pursue that particular avenue. More like, again, they can just get away with more bullshit. That's the only reason why it went over there. And do you know what more resources the FBI had? Payne, the only thing I'm privy to was that they had more databases they could compare the sample to. That was the extent of my knowledge. And do you have familiarity with the databases and the rules that apply to those? Payne, no, ma'am. And I'll save those questions. What was your communications with the FBI about the IGG? Payne, so our communications were just via telephone. Were they recorded phone calls? Because that really should have been like an always situation. The sample was sent to the FBI. The sample. So you've done sampled it over at ISP. You've done sampled it over at Othram. And now you've done sampled it over to the FBI. Is this separate samples? Or is it the same sample? And if it's the same sample, how were they able to stretch that little bitty nothingness this far? They would have had to have made clones of this, which meant that there was room and availability for it to have been manipulated. So I don't like all the ways that we're hearing this sample was apparently spread out everywhere, because it has to come, like, all of the testing has to start all the way over from the very beginning, from the fresh sample, every single time a new agency, a new entity, a new tester comes around. It can't come from the same stuff. Like, he can't take the Othram one and then send it over to the Fed one. As far as I understand, it has to be a fresh sample from the source every time. But then again, we know that the Feds like doubled whatever they had whenever it came to the profile itself. I'm going to need them to clarify a little bit more on that exactly. Because with as small as it was, this part right here, after ISP and Othram done having their way with stuff, does not make sense to me. It just really doesn't. Okay. I don't remember the date it was given over to them, but after that, there was very few conversations. And if they happened at all, they were just telephonic, advising us that the process was still in the works and that they would let us know when or if they had anything of interest for us. Anne, do you know what files or documents went to the FBI from Othram? Payne, I do not remember. Anne, did you receive documents from the FBI? Payne, in relation to IGG? Anne, yes. Payne, I believe after the fact, after we received Kohberger's name, we did receive documents, but I don't remember what they were. So where are they? Like, isn't that the biggest issue that we've had this entire time? Is that the state keeps claiming that they can't hand over anything in way of the IGG or any of the work that was done by the Feds, because all they had was like some little chicken scratch stuff, and the profile they came up with had been deleted. How is that possible? How is that a thing? How does that work that way? But now we're hearing, oh yeah, no, they did send us something. Is it the chicken scratch notes or is it actually something? I don't understand. But of course he doesn't remember. Anne, do you know how many documents related to IGG you received from the FBI? Payne, no ma'am. I believe as part of discovery, it was in the thousands of pages, but that's the best to my knowledge. So is he stating right here that the Feds sent over thousands of pages of IGG work? Because that's not what the state's been basically claiming when it comes to all these discovery requests. Right? Like, haven't they been claiming that they have nothing but some notes taken here or there, that they really didn't get all the protocols and all the things? That's been the state telling us that this entire time. And now Payne is sitting here saying, well, there was like thousands of pages that came in from the FBI. That's all I know. It was thousands of pages. So where are they? Where are they? That's insane. Insane. Okay, question. Anne, thank you for that. All right. So once you have Mr. Kohberger identified, what's your understanding of what that meant to have his name? Payne, just in relation to the overall investigation, is that Anne? Yes. Payne. So the only thing that was given to us was Bryan Kohberger's name. That is it. Not that small little family tree, but actually Kohberger's name. It was conveyed to us by the FBI that it was to be taken as no more than a tip. That was it. No. Again, you're co-located in the exact same office. You are having lunch together every single day. You are talking to each other on the phone. You are passing back and forth emails. The Feds are the ones getting all of the warrant responses before the local police department. This was not a freaking tip. Let's be so for real right now. The Feds were the lead investigators of this damn case. The Feds were the lead investigators of this damn case. They can stop lying anytime now. Would be beautiful. They can stop. They can stop. They can stop. This just makes me so sick. Okay. So once we received his name, we set about doing basically an independent verification of whether or not he was involved in this crime. And I'm going to talk to you about that a little bit more, but do you know why the FBI connected Bryan Kohberger to the case? Payne, on December 20th, if memory serves, we had a secondary meeting with the FBI via Teams. That's Microsoft Teams. I use that in my own job to have my facility meetings. If memory serves, and they simply walked us through the family tree, how they did that. Now, I don't remember the details of all of that. It was an in-depth conversation that, to be honest, is above my head. The person with the right amount of brain capacity walks us through all of that, and it's really fascinating the way they connected stuff. That stuff really does interest me. I have no want to do it myself, but the way they do it is really cool. But they essentially worked their way through the family tree and arrived at a conclusion that Bryan Kohberger was a person we should look into as a tip. That's the extent of my knowledge of how they did that. And was Bryan Kohberger, the name you received as a tip, linked to the case? And he wasn't until after December the 19th. Question by Anne. What item of evidence did they link Bryan Kohberger to? Payne. I'm not sure what you're asking. As far as before December 19th, is that what you're referring to? Anne. Yeah. Payne. We didn't have one at that point. So the feds just gave MPD Bryan Kohberger's name and didn't say how on the 19th. So it wasn't until the 20th, whenever they sat down and started talking to them and showing them the family tree, that they knew that it came from the IGG work, is how I'm taking this. And why did you become interested in learning the identity of Bryan Kohberger? Payne. Not quite sure I understand your question. We were interested in anyone who would have been involved in this. The DNA from the knife sheath was obviously the one thing we had that we thought was a very strong piece of evidence in this case. So it was that particular piece that we pursued as a potential avenue of identifying a suspect. And is it your understanding? This is where I put this in the community tab, guys. Listen to this. Listen to this shit. And is it your understanding that the FBI's work said that it was Bryan Kohberger's DNA on the knife sheath? Payne's answer to this is no. Okay. Payne says, that is not my understanding. And what is your understanding? Payne. I love this whole thing right here. This is wild to me. Wild to me. My understanding is that the FBI concluded that Bryan Kohberger was a possible source of DNA that we should look into. They did not, to my knowledge, at any point say Bryan Kohberger's DNA is on the knife sheath. That was never conveyed to me. I'm going to pause here for a second because I want to know what the hell you guys think about that one. Tiffany, I've been seeing you going the hell off. She's over there about to have a whole stroke in the comments about everything that's going on. She's like, hold on a damn minute. Let me read it one more time, okay? Let me read this whole part right here. This whole section. This whole section, okay? This makes me so sick. After all of this, and Hitler still denied this shit. This is wild to me. Anne says, is it your understanding that the FBI's work said that it was Bryan Kohberger's DNA on the sheath? Payne. That is not my understanding. Anne, what is your understanding? Payne. Remember, the lead investigator. The lead investigator. My understanding is that the FBI concluded that Bryan Kohberger was a possible source of DNA that we should look into. They did not, to my knowledge, at any point say Bryan Kohberger's DNA is on the knife sheath. That was never conveyed to me. Yeah, it's been like that the entire time. Puppies for Peace says, Payne is basically explaining the FBI did this investigation and I'm just the boy carrying the basket. Yeah. They did everything. FBI was the freaking lead investigators for this entire freaking thing. No matter what the hell they try to say, they can lie to somebody else. They can lie to somebody else. Go somewhere. I cannot believe this shit. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. Speechless, but pissed off and can't stop shutting up. Yeah, I know the feeling, and it's wild. So even at like all of this time, it was never conveyed to the lead investigator that they got Bryan's name from the knife sheath. So why is it written into the PCA? Why is it written into the PCA that way? By him. How is that possible? How is that possible? How's that possible? Okay. And on December 20th, when that happened, when he's somebody you should look into, what did you do? Payne. We had already started looking into him from the previous evening. Remember the 19th. It wasn't until the next day on the 20th that they actually sat down and got the IGG information. So on the 19th is whenever they originally started looking into him. Okay. So that day, December 20th, we began going through basically our sort of standard investigative procedures that we had been doing throughout the investigation for various leads, to include basic DMV searches, NCIC offline returns, NCIC searches. We have a database called TLO, which is a credit-based search we use to find basic information. So we started doing all these things looking for information on Bryan Kohberger. What does that sound like to you? What does all of this right here sound like to you? The unverified, not asked for, boo-boo lie of a search result report called Garrett Discovery Report. Oh, I know it's going to get horrible. I mean, I know enough of it to know that I'm glad I took my blood pressure pill this morning, Heather. Yeah, absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. And you guys, I'm over here clicking on here because I do have it open on the thingy so that I can see it. Heather put a video strain of clips together the other day. I'm really, really glad she put this one up, especially because it proves that the Goncalveses have been lying about so many things, and they've all been doing it for attention. On January the 6th of 2023, Steve Goncalves came out and said that he knew straight up that Kaylee was not the target. But then a little bit later, he's driving around Kaylee's Range Rover, having a camera in his face, talking about how Kohberger did this because he was jealous of Kaylee and Maddie and jealous of those kids, and he was an incel, and blah, 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 after saying that he knew that Kaylee wasn't the target. They did all this shit for money and attention, and it's just disgusting the more and more things that we find out about the way that they do things. I just, ugh, and ugh, and ugh, and ugh. Ooh, give me 1 second. See, he makes me so sick. I spit my coffee out. My dogs are over there on the bed. Lily's looking at me like, let me try that again. Okay. I'm alive. And it's not hot. He just makes me so sick. I was like still halfway laughing a little bit about how ridiculous. And again, I'm not here like being an asshole. There's plenty of stories I come out with, and the families have my 100,000 million gazillion % support. There's plenty. It's just their insanity. I can't get behind it. It's just unbelievable how people just fall for it. It's just so gross. Like, he literally went from saying that he knew damn well that Kaylee wasn't a target, that there was no proof of anything. And then all of a sudden, he's riding around in her Range Rover, and he's just like, oh yeah, Bryan's the biggest incel ever. Well, January 6th was after they had Bryan's name too, so I don't know why all of a sudden he changed his story, other than sympathy, money, and clout. And that's disgusting, because it should be about justice, about everything. And the way that he is behaving about a lot of stuff when it comes to this case, this isn't going to get justice for his daughter. It's sad, because he should be caring about all these things and all these inconsistencies. And instead, apparently, he's out here like throwing fit on News Nation and not really making a lot of sense about stuff. I still haven't watched those, by the way. Like, the last probably like 4 interviews he's done on TV, I've just been trying to stay away from it, because I don't really think anything's going to change my opinion. I really just don't. Okay, Anne. Anne says, And what you found is that he didn't have criminal history. Is that right? Payne, correct. Anne, talk to me about going to Pennsylvania for the trash pool. Payne, well, I was not in Pennsylvania for the trash pool. Anne, I'll ask somebody else that later. All right. So after you received Bryan Kohberger's name, and he hasn't been on your radar at all before that. Is that right? Correct. So they didn't know crap. Because remember, we also found out that they didn't even know about the WSU like query in the database, and then the other WSU officer actually putting eyes on Bryan's car in the parking lot of the apartment complex until after this 19th. They had no idea. So they had the tip. Plus, we knew that the private driver also apparently had seen Bryan Kohberger's car, thought it was too new to match the Bolo information, but he put it on the little list of cars that he turned in as a tip anyway. So that's at least 3 that we know of that were submitted on Bryan Kohberger's vehicle alone, and they still didn't even bother to look at those tips until after they already had his name, because nothing else was leading that way. They didn't have a reason to until after they had this name. Correct. Anne, all right. You had pursued interviews and a surveillance video. Had you pursued evidence found inside the scene at 1122 King? Payne, yes, ma'am. This is where we start getting into the unknown DNA. Anne, what efforts did you make to pursue unknown male B? This is on the handrail. Payne, you have to be more specific. I don't remember exactly where unknown male B came from. Anne, if I told you the lab report showed unknown male B had come from a blood spot on the handrail going between the 2nd and the 1st floor, does that help jog your memory? Pay very close attention right here, because this dude contradicts the hell out of himself right here. This next few paragraphs here are very confusing, and he definitely contradicts himself, okay? Payne says, yes, ma'am. Anne says, why did you not pursue that person? Payne's answer, at that point in time, we had already received Mr. Kohberger's name, and from what my understanding was, entering another DNA profile into CODIS would remove the previous one we had from the knife sheath. So if memory serves, the discussion was, we'll hold off. We'll stay with the one from the knife sheath. If we need to, we can address the unknown male B at a later time. Now, before I read what Anne says, because after she asks this question, he backtracks and changes his answer, like literally in like the same breath, okay? Right here, when he says, at that point in time, we already had received Bryan Kohberger's name, does that not say to you that by the time they got the lab report with this unknown male B DNA profile from the blood spot on the handrail, they already had Bryan Kohberger's name, therefore they were holding off doing anything, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if that's what it sounds like before we continue. If it sounds like by the time they got the report with male B's profile on it from the blood spot, they already had Bryan Kohberger's name from the FBI, so they just put it off to the side to handle later if they had to. I'll wait. Okay. Okay, now listen to his answer. Okay. And then asks him, I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Were you not aware of unknown male B until after December 19th when you knew Bryan Kohberger's name? Payne says, no, ma'am. I was aware of that before. Yes. So does that not then say that he did know about male B before they knew Bryan Kohberger's name? Or am I reading that wrong? Like, does it not sound like he just flipped it? It sounds like he just reversed his statement. I am. Okay, see, it sounds like he just reversed his statement. I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Were you not aware of male B until after December 19th? I was aware before that, yes. But he just said he didn't know it. And then the reason why they never did it was because they didn't want to kick Bryan Kohberger's freaking profile out of CODIS, which again, I don't understand that part. You trying to tell me that you can only run or store one DNA profile into CODIS at a time? How the hell is that accurate? Or how is that how that works? That's why I want to go over the FBI book on CODIS so that we can try to figure out how CODIS works as a layperson, because there's no way in shit you're going to make me believe that you can only run one at a time because it's going to kick it out. Come on now. Who wrote that? Who wrote that? Who wrote that? See, he flipped that shit. He flipped it. And she didn't like come back at him. I would have come back at him. Because I know that damn well that court reporter, she's typing and putting stuff in as it's going. Can you not like stop and be like, court reporter, can you read back what Payne just said and have her repeat it? To call him on a lie? If you can't, you should be able to. Because he just lied. He just said, at that point in time, meaning at the time that they got the report for male B, they already had Bryan Kohberger's name. She then says, were you not aware of unknown male B until after the 19th when you had Bryan Kohberger's name? He says, no, ma'am, I was aware of that before. Yes. He just flipped his answer. Payne just lied on the stand. One of these is true. One of these is a lie. And how the court could like sit there and see that this is what he just did and still not let any of this go through is wild to me. He just flipped his fucking answer and he's getting away with it. He's getting away with it. This is wild to me. Wild to me. Okay. How about unknown male D? Oh, let me get back to where I had it. When I have my notes out, like it doesn't do it the way that I want to. Okay. Okay. How about unknown male D? Again, you're going to have to be more specific. And if I told you unknown male D came from a lab report from a sample of blood on some gloves outside the house, this is more than one. So does that mean there was more than one black nitrile glove or whatever this glove is that was found? I believe it is a black nitrile glove that was found with blood in it. Does that mean there's more than one that was actually found outside the house? And we've already established that it ain't got shit to do with the one that McDonough found from the interview room. Like, we already know that as a fact. As a fact. The dates are a week apart. So this means more than one. If this is an accurate verbiage, that there's more than one with blood on it outside the house. That's wild to me. So let me read that again because I stopped. Okay, so Anne says, if I told you unknown male D came from a lab report from a sample of blood on some gloves outside the house, does that refresh your memory? Payne, yes, ma'am, it does. Anne, you're aware of that too? And he says, yes. As far as I remember from skimming through this, she doesn't go back and ask when he knew about the blood on the gloves, but I'm going to assume it would have been on the same report as the one for the handrail. But again, he's not being honest about when that information came in or not. And honestly, does it even matter? Like the whole thing about CODIS and it like bumping out Bryan Kohberger's name or whatever. Okay, so if that was really the case, then once you arrested Bryan Kohberger, why didn't you go in and start the next one? And why didn't you just keep on going until you got all the stuff? Or if you couldn't run it through CODIS, why didn't you just send those off to Othram the way you sent Bryan's off? Why did it have to stop right there? Like if they could not use CODIS, that obviously there was other avenues they could have used to have gotten to those answers, because CODIS didn't give them Bryan Kohberger's information. The feds did with their IGG according to their storyline. Why didn't they send these other ones off? That doesn't make any sense. No sense. Question. Anne says, I want to back up and talk about the affidavits. I think you told me in a prior hearing that you were the person that wrote Exhibit A or the affidavit in support of the search warrants when it came to looking for things about Bryan Kohberger. Did I understand that right? Payne. Yes, ma'am. Anne. And that affidavit, when you began, was that on about December 23rd to get records? Payne. As far as when I started writing the affidavit, is that what you're referring to? Anne, the first search warrant that applied to Bryan Kohberger. Payne, I believe it was December 23rd. Yes. Anne, when did you begin writing that affidavit? Payne, I began writing that affidavit long before that. This is where we learn that the affidavit was being written before they ever had Bryan Kohberger's information, and that it was a living document, that things were not put in there as any importance whatsoever until after they had Bryan Kohberger's information, which leads right back to the reverse engineering. Because if it wasn't in there before, that meant that it wasn't important to you, that it had nothing to do with anything, or that you were just lying about like more things than what you're admitting to. It had been a running affidavit because at the beginning of it, there's the walkthrough of the crime scene. There's numerous things. It was a living document. So we would just add information to it and everyone had access to it. It was probably on like a Google Drive, honestly, that they all had edit access for, and they could all go in there and add and take things out as they wanted. But I wonder if they had to keep track of things that they were removing and what they were adding in, like on a separate document for themselves so that they could keep track. They should have. I wonder if that's a thing. It was a living document, so we would just add information to it. I'd say that document started, I don't know, couldn't give an exact date, which is crap, because there would be a initial action or a creation date for that document, no matter where it was being stored. So that's crap. A couple weeks prior to that, even before we knew Bryan Kohberger's name. And help me understand what parts were added after you knew Mr. Bryan Kohberger's or Mr. Kohberger's name. Pain. Well, to walk down the line best I can. So obviously there's the initial component, which is the crime scene, the testimony from the roommates. Then after that, it shifts to, I believe the first mention of the first component was that Bryan Kohberger was pulled over by Corporal Duke on a traffic stop. This statement right here is odd to me. He was also contacted by WSU police. I put, is this whenever the information was ran on 11/29 or from the traffic stop? Like, is he using contacted incorrectly here? Because we don't have any knowledge of the WSU police or any police department, in fact, contacting Bryan Kohberger prior to all of the insanity. So I don't know if this is accurate, because he does go on to talk about the WSU traffic stop later. So I think that that's actually what he's speaking of here. I don't think he means like actual contact for any other reason other than that. It's just that. But I could be wrong. But I really feel like he's just using the wrong word here. Okay. He was also contacted by WSU police. His vehicle was ran by WSU PD officers, which could either be the traffic stop, right? Because she ran the license plate on dispatch. We heard the whole thing. Or it could be whenever the WSU officers, the one queried the database and the other one saw it in the parking lot. There's at least 3 different times we know that they ran his information, at least the car's information. Then after that, we included trying to walk down through the thing without it in front of me. Then we included the vehicle information that was about the white Elantra. And after that, we included his residence and that he had hit LPRs or license plate readers, or his vehicle had been seen on LPRs. This is where, again, he says something and he like slips because he corrects himself. LPRs between Moscow or Pullman, in Pennsylvania. So I guess he was trying to say that they had his car on plate readers, but we know that the plate readers were whenever he was on his drive. They've already said they have no actual proof of plate readers putting him anywhere near the crime scene. They've already said that. They had no plates of the vehicle. They have no information on the vehicle itself. That's why we have such a broad search definition and now all of these issues. If they had his vehicle on a plate, they would have had it in the PCA, because that was one of the first things that they ran were the plate readers. So this is a mistake and a slip up from him, because they would have had this proof whenever the PCA was written and it would have been in there. Oh, this vehicle is actually on camera. The license plate was read on camera on the Moscow Pullman Highway or wherever these cameras are, and they don't have anything reading his license plate, his old one or his new one. And people also make a big deal of the fact that his license plate registration stuff was done after the crime, but it wouldn't have mattered, because regardless, it would have still linked to him. It's not like it was being done in the back shadows. Like it was all being done, registered through the government. It would have gone. He would have had to have given his old license plate from Pennsylvania to the Washington DMV people in order to get his new license plate. Most likely, you have to turn that crap in. I know in Texas, I had to, whenever we got rid of vehicles before, I had to turn in a license plate. So it still would have ended up leading back to him regardless. So him switching it or whenever he switched it really doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. And then there was the component about where he lived in Pennsylvania. And let's go back to that time before you started adding the traffic stop. That affidavit contained some information that you gained from other officers. Is that right? Payne. Yes, ma'am. And okay. And you didn't write large parts of that affidavit. Is that also right? Payne. I took a lot of language from experts and other officers and agents. That's correct. To say that you didn't write large parts of it means that you really didn't touch it at all. So you were the lead investigator, the lead detective, and you didn't write the majority of it. To say that you didn't write large parts means that you didn't have a hand in the majority of this as the lead detective. You're supposed to have hand in the majority of it if you're the lead detective. Moscow was not lead in this case. They're so full of shit. And are you aware your affidavit, your living document, was claimed by other people as their own original document, not giving you credit, but claimed as their own? Are you aware of that? That's called copyright infringement out here in the real world anyway. Apparently not in the police world. Payne, yes, ma'am. And are you aware that you probably know because Nicholas Balance was co-located with you? Did the two of you continually work on language to satisfy what the prosecutor wanted to see for probable cause? Yes, ma'am. And did you and Nicholas Balance produce a map to show you a possible route of travel for your suspect? That would be this poop of a horseshoe down here. This poop of a horseshoe is what they're talking about that came from Balance, not MPD. And Taylor, in your honor, I'm at defendants 1A. I can either put it up here or approach the court with the map. And Judge Hippler says, can I see what you're referring to? There's been a lot of exhibit A's in this case. Exactly. That's another thing. I understand, like, them having to label things certain ways, but how come there's 3 different exhibit A's just because they're written by different people? Because there's technically 4, I guess now. We have this draft one that I guess is the like original true living document that FBI Nicholas Balance was also helping write, and probably several others, let's be for real. And then we found out that Mallory has one that we haven't seen. That's one for sure that we should have been able to see by now as the public because it's the Moscow Police Department one. And unless it's like this, like the little bitty ones on the search warrants, I think it is like a whole nother one, like for probable cause of arrest. Like I'm really wondering if Mallory's is the one they're talking about we haven't seen yet, because we have Blaker's and we have Payne's already out here. So along with the draft, that's 4. That's 4 altogether. But I'm really wondering how different they are, because when it comes to the statements of Dylan, and Taylor gets into a report that was written, I think, on December 23rd, which is again after Bryan Kohberger's arrest. And in that, Payne mentions things that's not mentioned in the one that's out here, literally at all. And I don't understand how certain things were taken out. But this portion of this right here tells me that Nicholas Balance and the prosecution were most likely going back and forth to make sure that things fit the record so that they could arrest Bryan Kohberger and not have a magistrate ask a bunch of questions. And you know the main person that was involved in signing off on most of that stuff from the state at the time? Jennings. That's why I feel like she's doing the most like talking and a lot of this stuff, because she's technically got to sit there and cover her own ass. She's the one who signed off on most of this crap. But this tells me this entire thing was written and edited down to total hell, because the FBI was working with the state to make sure that they had it the way that they knew it was going to go. And the feds would only do that because the feds knew they had to cover their own asses for all the illegal avenues that they took in this entire situation. That's so ridiculous. So absolutely ridiculous. Okay, and then they go on talking about, and then, you know, this is again the judge complaining, I entered an order in this court, but I'm not going to scour the record to find things that support your claims on this case. Well, then just shut up and, you know, maybe have a better record keeping system. You know, that's not her problem. That's y'all's. That's y'all's. And this is just them arguing about like which paper to look at. So it's not even important. And she just basically ends up telling him whatever she has to. And she's just like, well, I don't expect the court to read my mind. So thanks for that. Anyway, so we're going to go back to her talking to Payne. And detective, I'm going to attempt to put this map up here. Is that the map you and Nicholas Balance came up with to help with probable cause? And again, it's this thing right here. It's this poop of a map right here. And thank you. I'm going to leave that there for just a minute, and I'm going to ask you some other questions. I want to go back up to the part of the first affidavit. This is asking for AT&T records. Is that right? Paid. Yes, ma'am. And this AT&T record, is that the first set 48 hours of AT&T records? Payne. Yes, ma'am. I believe so. And are these AT&T records related to a phone Mr. Kohberger had? Payne. Yes, ma'am. And all right. And so in doing this affidavit, you have this working document, and I'm going to start with DM. If I say DM, do you know who I'm talking about? Payne. Yes, ma'am, I do. And she is one of the roommates. Is that right? And that's where the judge comes in and says, we're sealed. You can use the name. But then they redact it out of the whole thing. Like, come on. Why even bother? Why even bother? So stupid. And I can use the name, trying to get a habit. And continues. Dylan, who is she? Payne. She was one of the surviving roommates. And how many times was Dylan interviewed by law enforcement at the time you wrote this December 23rd, remember that date, report? This is again after 12/19 when they had Bryan's name. Payne, if memory serves, it was 4, I think, 3 or 4. So by December 23rd, Dylan had been interviewed 3 or 4 times. And then there was also an interview done on December 30th where she then says that she doesn't recognize anything about Bryan Kohberger's face whatsoever. And in the affidavit, you wrote a statement that she heard Kaylee go upstairs, yell, someone's here, and run back downstairs. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. So Payne writes this in his own report, in his own affidavit that he wrote on December 23rd. That is not in the one that ended up being signed. What was this date? 12/29. This is what he says about Kaylee and what Dylan heard. A short time later. Oh, come on. Get where you're supposed to go. Okay. A short time later, Dylan says she heard who she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect of, there's someone here. And it stops right there, and then tries to make you believe that it could also be Xana because of the TikTok information on Xana's phone. So he knows full well on December 23rd that Dylan's statement has repeatedly been, she saw Kaylee run up the stairs, come back down the stairs, running and yelling about how somebody was there, with apparently Murphy by her side running along with her. And that portion came all the way down to stating, a short time later, Dylan says she heard who she thought was Goncalves say somebody was there. Say, not yell, heard maybe somewhere, not witnessing the movement of said situation. That makes no sense, because I will argue Ann Taylor and die on the hill that regardless of what Ann Taylor is saying in court, this is still a very big possibility. Just because Kaylee's body ended up being found on Maddie's bed next to Maddie does not mean that she was not running around the house before that's where she ended up landing and dying. Or being placed after she died, because that's a big possibility too, that they died in other places of the house and were placed where they were found, at least where Maddie and Kaylee are involved, because we still have to remember that the Goncalveses are coming out and sharing a story about how Xana's door could not be opened because Ethan's body was behind it, and that's how the roommates ended up calling a bunch of people over to the house and contaminating the crime scene. There's so much bullshit to this. So much. Let's make sure I don't cough again. So how do you write in your reports something this serious, of this being seen, of there being yelling, of there being direction, of it being very specific of who it was, and then you try to then also be like, but it could have been also Xana. Like, was it watered down this much because they know that Dylan was out of her mind on whatever the hell she was out of her mind on, and so they can't trust what she has to say? But if Kaylee was running around the house yelling and screaming that somebody was here, wouldn't that same yelling and screaming saying that somebody was here be on that camera outside? Because we know that people have come out that used to live in that house, and they said that it was crappily built. It had additions to it that were not properly put together. You could hear everything. You could hear everything. It was paper thin. This is insane to me. It went from all of that to this watered down boo-boo. To me, that's a problem. That's a big issue. Then he says, yes, ma'am. Oh, that should have been in blue. Let me fix that now because I'm going to forget to fix it. And this document is going to end up going into a shared file for members only when this is done. And I want it correct now. Okay, now you notice that this is going to be objection number 1. This is where Jennings comes in to save her ass because she knows that she's the one responsible for all of this bullshit going on right now and everything being signed off. She jumps in and objects to this because she knows exactly where Ann Taylor is going with all of this information. She just proved not only is Payne over here lying about when he knew about the unknown male information compared to Bryan's information, but then he's also watering down information and making the story seem completely different than what it apparently actually was. Because we have to remember that Anne had a problem with the fact that it said that she thought she heard Kaylee, and they try to make it sound like it was someone else. And this is where Jennings objects. Jennings, Your Honor, I'm going to object. I'm objecting based on the scope of what this testimony is supposed to be. My understanding was it was limited solely to the issue of Franks and the IGG. Hippler. I was just about to ask the question. I don't recall the statements of Dylan being a subject of a motion to suppress separate from the Franks issue. Am I correct about that? Anybody who's paying attention knows exactly why Ann Taylor is getting to this, but if you haven't been able to figure it out, I will explain it here in just a second. And that is correct, Your Honor. Hippler. Okay, so we're not at a Franks hearing on that issue. The only issue we are at a Franks hearing is on the IGG. And, all right, well, let me rephrase. Let me start from a different place. Hippler. I'll sustain the objection. And let's go to the part of your affidavit for December 23rd, AT&T-1, the part where you put in things particular to Bryan Kohberger. You put in that affidavit, a traffic stop, I believe, from August in Moscow, Idaho. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. That traffic stop, was that on your radar before December 19th when you learned of Bryan Kohberger's name? Payne. No, ma'am. And the next thing you relied on was a traffic stop at WSU. Is that right? Payne. Yes, ma'am. And was that traffic stop on your radar before you knew of Bryan Kohberger's name on December 19th? Payne. No, ma'am. And you put in information about front license plates being missing from Pennsylvania cars. Is that right? Payne. Yes, ma'am. The 11-12 video did not show enough of the vehicle that you could see whether it had a front license plate. Is that right? That sounds correct, says Payne. Meaning, just like Ann's about to say, that the whole issue of there being no license plate in the front was never part of the bolo until after they had Bryan Kohberger's information. That the camera at 11-12 did not show enough of the vehicle to prove whether the vehicle had a front plate or not. So because it was something that you couldn't actually see, they went ahead and finagled the actual information that they had about Bryan and used something that they couldn't prove either way against him for nothing. They couldn't tell either way if there was a license plate on that vehicle or not. Why? Why? Because you're lying. That's why. And so it was after you learned of Bryan Kohberger's name that part became part of your affidavit. Is that right? Exactly. So he's saying that it was a living document, meaning that the information about SV1 and the cameras that they followed the car on and the crime scene information and the stuff about the camera and the dog barking and all these things were all part of this ginormously overly edited, too many chiefs, not enough Indian situation going on with this living document of an affidavit. And that the part about the front license plate was not even part of the information that was important to the case until after they had Bryan's name. So how am I supposed to take anything seriously? How can you take anything they're saying seriously? So stupid. Okay, and Let's talk about the vehicle identification for a minute before I run back down through the rest of the affidavit after Bryan was identified. When you worked with Special Agent Emil to identify the vehicle, was there more than one vehicle he identified? Payne says no, which means that the rumor that we had going around that there was a Nissan originally looked at least according to the things that they've been able to see, apparently there was never a Nissan in question, unless there was a Nissan in question when it comes to like somebody they were looking at suspect wise. But when it came to the security cameras, it was never a Nissan. The way that the rumor said, it was always this Hyundai Elantra. Payne states, I don't believe there was. If memory serves, it was just the Hyundai Elantra. Anne, would you agree that he was most comfortable with the years of 2011 to 2013? And this is where Jennings objects again, because she knows, just like with the other part where she objects, where Ann Taylor is going with this. She is showing that there are things that were important to the case when it came to the actual case fact, when it came to the actual surveillance footage, when it came to the actual case itself, when it came to what the DNA said, when it came to everything that was at the house in blood, in smears, in spatter, in surveillance, in cell phone records. Nothing led to Bryan. Nothing about Bryan was ever put in anything before they had his name. They had to go in and finagle the facts and change the truths of the facts that were already in this living document. I wonder how many drafts there actually are. Because if they have the report from December 23rd, where Payne put in the information about Kaylee being physically running up the stairs, yelling that there's somebody there, and it changed to what we saw now, does Anne have access to all the rest of those drafts? Do they have all of the drafts where anything was ever taken out and put in? Because how many of the case facts were actually removed and changed for them to end up being able to get their result that they wanted? Not based off of real things. Everything that they were actually looking at wasn't leading them anywhere. They literally went in and lied. This entire thing is a novel written by several different writers. Definitely a collaborative group effort. It's so stupid. Okay, Jennings. Object, Your Honor, for the same reasons. I don't understand the scope related to IGG, but it matters because the IGG information is whenever all of a sudden it went from the 2013 to now we have a broader scope of vehicles so that you can fit Bryan Kohberger's car in where it doesn't belong. That's the point, and Jennings knows that. And, Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a little leeway on this. I think it will be clear in about 2 more questions. It is a sealed proceeding. I'll be arguing it at Frank's. Judge Hippler, I don't want to pollute the record, so approach. And now there's a bench conference. Anne tells him what we just said, that it was only a 2011 to 2013, that the car didn't change till after they had Bryan's name. And this stupid-ass judge literally just says, and that relates to what? You know what the hell it relates to. You know exactly what the hell Ann Taylor is trying to tell you right now. So why are you sitting here pretending like you don't comprehendo? You're a judge. That means you had to go through all kinds of years of schooling in order to become a lawyer, that you've been literally immersing yourself in law and all these things for decades upon decades, and you're going to sit here and try to pretend like you don't know what the hell she's trying to say. I'm so tired of him. I don't like him at all. Miss Taylor, it's going to relate to Frank's, but it has to do with IGG and when they identified him. I have about 2 more questions along this line. Hippler, you have the separate Frank's motion regarding the scope of the car search. Taylor, absolutely. Hippler, that we're not here for today. We're here for the IGG. I get the idea that if the IGG is suppressed, the warrants based off of IGG is suppressed. That affects a lot of other things, right? But I don't think you need to get into the evidence of that at this point because it's part of the Franks. There's a separate Franks motion for that. Again, pretending like he doesn't actually understand her point here. Ann Taylor, there absolutely is. The next question I'm going to get into in the affidavit after the IGG was the police in Pullman running the car, and he has laid it out in the affidavit after the IGG without stating it. So I'm doing the IGG part with him now. That car is a different year than the one in the Bolo is for. That's as far as I'm going with the car at this hearing, proving that even though they had the tip on 11/29, they didn't have it until after they actually looked for anything relating to Bryan Kohberger. And that tip about that car was not part of any of the information when it came to the Bolo. She's proving step by step how they reverse engineered this entire thing. Jennings then states, of course, because I don't give a shit at this point, anybody says, we've seen Hippler help the state way too many times, especially whenever Jennings is talking. Actually, only really, as far as I can remember, only whenever Jennings is talking, he is helping her, directing her on the next portion that needs to be talked about, asking her questions that help her case sound stronger because she's too stupid to say them whenever she needs to say them. So he's helping Jennings throughout all of this. Even in this, like, I'm pretty sure there was like one portion I remember being like, damn. It's like he really is. He's really so biased. It's gross. Jennings, I don't understand what that has to do with the IGG. It's part of the Franks hearing related to vehicle identification. I understand her timeline, but I think that point has already been made. And this was when I was allowed to explore this witness since he's already here and we've paid for him to come here. This part right here, what does this mean? So Payne gets paid for his testimony? Or is it like they have to pay for his time off of like location of his work and pay for his like travel? Is that what that means? Because I'd hate to think that you're like the lead investigator and you have to be paid to testify. Like, isn't that illegal? Like, I feel like this probably could have been a different way to say this. Strange verbiage. And then Hippler says, yeah, but I didn't open up everything to Franks because we couldn't get all into the other things that I understood we could get into the entirety of Franks on IGG, which is why I allowed it. And that's what we're going to stick to today. And says, IGG flows, it makes everything. And then Hippler interrupts her. Well, I'm not suggesting we get into other Franks issues that sprung in part from IGG because those are separate based, right? So I think we need to just talk about the specific IGG stuff today in terms of Franks. There's not a separate motion to suppress solely based on that and not the IGG, if I'm not mistaken, apart from Franks motions. And says to suppress which? I'm not following. I'm sorry. Hippler says there are motions to suppress that are not Franks related. And right, I'm not going there. Hippler, that's evidence we can put on today, but I thought we were going to do that later today. And absolutely. Hippler, there are various Franks motions, one of which is to suppress. One of the Franks motions is that there was a Franks violation by not informing the magistrate of the use of IGG and violations, as you allege them, in obtaining the IGG. That's the issue we are doing today in terms of evidence, and I want to stick to that. So getting into the car, which is separate, which I understand your argument is the IGG led them to expand the search of the cars. Bingo. So what's the problem? Why are you acting stupid? Why are you acting like this is a big deal? But that's not the Franks issue itself. The Franks issue itself on IGG is the IGG itself, and it's limited to that. And all right. Court, I'm going to sustain the objection. And goes back to questioning Payne. All the things in the warrant that become particular to Bryan Kohberger were not on your radar before you learned his identity through the IGG. Is that correct? Yes. And you elected not to put the IGG identification in your probable cause affidavit. Is that right? Payne, yes, ma'am. And what led to that decision? Payne, that decision was a collaborative decision. We made that decision in an effort to independently verify the information that was provided to us as a tip from the FBI, in much the same way we would any other tip in law enforcement. So it was not in any way meant to obfuscate any sort of information. It was simply, can we validate Mr. Kohberger's involvement in this incident or can we not? That was it. Okay, but you failed. You failed. And the crazy part about this is that at this point, we know that the feds were like sending letters to get information to Amazon and AT&T and to Apple and all these things before Moscow PD was doing their thing. So I really feel like the feds knew exactly what they were doing with this by saying, yeah, but use it as a tip, because they knew that they already had AT&T, Amazon, all these other records, and it didn't show anything. So of course they're going to say, yeah, use it as a tip so that we don't take credit because we know it's wrong. This is absolutely stupid. They did not validate anything. They have not been able to prove that he was at the location. They've not been able to prove anything. He had no connection whatsoever. They failed. They failed at this validation. And as a group effort, you decided to intentionally leave that out of your affidavit. Payne, yes, ma'am. Taylor, given the limitations at that point, I think that's all of my questions. Now Jennings comes in and starts talking to Payne. Jennings, good morning, detective. I only have one question for you. Let's go back to December 19th, December 20th, and the information that was provided to the team, correct? It was a team. Payne, yes, ma'am. Jennings, and who all was part of this team that was receiving this information telephonically from the FBI? Payne. So there were several of us. Yourself, Mr. Thompson was there. Darren Gilbertson from the Idaho State Police. Ed Jacobson from the FBI. I believe there were a couple of other folks from the FBI and ISP in the room. I don't remember exactly who they were, and then myself. There was numerous people that were involved. So it'd just be like a huge conference call where everybody would go into one room and put the phone on speaker, and then they would have the conversation. Jennings, would it have been essentially the team leaders for the investigation? Payne, yes. Jennings, was this any different than the other information shared that occurred during this case? Payne, not at all. Jennings, there were routine team discussions? Payne, yes, ma'am. We had 2 official briefings every day of the investigation, morning and evening. So twice a day, we would all link up. And that was not just the command team. That was everyone who was not actively on an interview that would come back to the police department, sit in the same room, and discuss the information that was learned from that day. So it was very common throughout this investigation for us to all be in the same room and discussing the same information. Jennings, so you were not the only investigator receiving information from various sources? Payne, absolutely not. Jennings, so when we talk about this Exhibit A, that wasn't necessarily just your Exhibit A, which again, they shouldn't have been labeled the exact same way in the first place, but whatever. Payne, no ma'am, it was not. Jennings, it was all the information that the investigators had up to that point. Payne, yes ma'am, that is an accurate statement. Jennings, now, related to the IGG and the information you were provided by the FBI, in the information provided, did you receive any medical information about Bryan Kohberger? Payne, no ma'am, we did not. Jennings, I don't have anything further. Thank you. And then it redirects to Anne going back and talking to Payne again. Oh, thank you for the $5, Danny. Yeah, I'm actually probably we're at an hour and a half. I'll probably stop at 2 hours and go get another cup of coffee probably, honestly, because I'm probably going to need it. I don't think we're going to go past 3 hours on this. We'll see. We'll see. We shall see. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate it. Okay, Anne. Miss Jennings was just talking to you about the team. I guess that they got together a couple of times a day from November 13th until December 13th or 20th. Is that our target time right now? Payne. Yes, ma'am. Anne, who from the FBI was part of those daily meetings? Payne. Like I said, S.A. Jacobson was there. Maria Tyndall was there. I believe Special Agent Rob Hill was involved. I'm trying to think of other names. I don't remember any. There were others there. I just don't remember who they were. I apologize. Anne, that's okay. How about who else from Moscow Police Department? Payne. So Captain Blaker was there. I believe usually Detective Vargas was there. Sometimes Chief Fry would sit in on those meetings. Most nights Chief Fry would sit in on those meetings. Captain Dallinger, Anthony Dallinger, was in those meetings from MPD. I'm trying to think of all the others. Basically, the whole command team from MPD itself would be in those meetings, and then whoever else was available from the investigation section would also come in. I'll fix that later because that part right there should be blue. Who from ISP was there? Darren Gilbertson was there. I believe Detective Joe Lake was there most days. I remember who else. I can't remember who else was consistently there. I remember those two for sure. Lieutenant Mike Mooney was in those meetings. That was the three off the top of my head. And when was the first time you talked about the identification of Bryan Kohberger in those meetings? Payne. As far as when we knew of him? Yeah. December 19th. How many hours of meetings do you think you'd had up until the identification of Bryan Kohberger? Payne. Goodness, many. I don't know. It was a lot. Anne. Twice a day, every day? Payne. Yes, ma'am. Anne. 7 days a week? Payne. If not more than that, yeah. Ann Taylor. Thank you. That's it. So then Payne is done, I think. Yeah, this is where Rylan Nolan comes in. Thank you for the $10, Mikey. Mikey said the defense came out of this with statements on record, which is huge, and having that pretrial can't be understated. Early on the trap was early on the trap was laid, have an edge they didn't have before BK has trial. I mean, honestly, they're proving a lot of stuff here. They're proving a lot here. And it's really crazy that they still have this gag order on everything, because at this point, they need to just come out and let us know what's happening. I mean, this is stupid. They're telling us that all these laws can be broken and it's totally okay. And I know that we're just the public or whatever, but at this point, like you're setting a precedent here, and it's a disgusting one. And the fact that they're not understanding that, I just don't understand that. I just don't understand that. Okay, so Ryla Nolan comes up, and she works for the Meridian Lab, which is the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in Meridian, Idaho. And we're going to start right here. Well, I really don't want to go through all of her educational stuff because we know who she is. We've heard the name before. And I just don't feel like it's important at this moment because we're going to know what's being talked about whenever it gets to that point. So we're going to jump right in to when they start talking about genetic genealogy. No, I'm going to wait, Chris. Thank you for the 20. I'm going to wait. It'll probably be after this one because we have a couple more people that we have to go over. Thank you. No, I'm going to wait. I have this open on this side. Is it going to let me react to it? It does let me react to it. I tried to have like my screen split so I can see the live thing on this side, so I can actually like see the colors and stuff whenever they come in, because StreamYard still hasn't gotten its life together. Okay, so apparently they don't call it like regular old IGG. They call it forensic investigative genetic genealogy, which really isn't any different, except the forensic part makes it like more criminal case wise, I guess. Okay, so this is where they start talking about best practices. Moonvale just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Congratulations to you guys that got those. That's very sweet. Thank you so much. Okay, so forensic investigative genetic genealogy, FIGG. Okay, I'll try to remember that. This is coming from Anne. That's the one I want to talk about today. So your group is talking about best practices for FIGG. I'm going to call it FIG. Is that right? And let me pronounce her last name again. Is it Nolan? Hold on a second. Nowlin. Okay. Nowlin. That's one of our areas of focus. Correct. Anne, are you doing that because there are practices that are important in that discipline? Nowlin. We are doing that because it's a new technology coming into the forensic world, and not every laboratory manager has a background in DNA. We also have a group of firearms because not every laboratory manager has a background on firearms. And it's just a resource for those managers as they're looking to implement new technologies. And you mentioned best practices. Does that have anything to do with things that I might refer to as standard or procedures or protocols? Nowlin, no. And what does best practices mean? Nowlin, best practice is a recommendation based on the current knowledge in the field. There are organizations that come up with standards for different fields, but this group, that is not their purpose. And in your lab, do you have standards and procedures and protocols? Nowlin, our laboratory does have, we call them analytical methods, as well as our quality system. Tracy, again, thank you so much for the $50 super sticker. That's very sweet. Let me see what it was over here. Oh, the pair pretending to be Godzilla tramping through the buildings. That's cute. Thank you so much. That was very sweet. Thank you. Nowlin, yes. Anne, what does that mean to you? Let me fix this part. Okay. Nowlin, what that means to me, our laboratory is an accredited laboratory, so we have a set of accreditation standards that we must meet. In order to do that, we have set quality policies as well as the analytical methods for each discipline. That ensures that we are consistently performing our scientific analysis in a way that has been validated and shown to be proper for the testing that's being conducted. And it also shows that we are meeting the national standards by which we are accredited. In addition, DNA has additional standards that must be met, that they must meet, called the FBI's Quality Assurance Standards for Forensic Casework Laboratories, as well as for forensic databasing laboratories. Anne, I want to start with the first part of it. You mentioned, I think, that there's standards and protocols, my definition of them, that helps assure your work so that somebody could look and see what you did and maybe get the same result or understand what you did. Do I understand that right? Mikey just gifted another membership. Thank you, Mikey. And it looks like Blue Line King 7 is the one that got that. I like how it like shows it underneath it on this. I don't get to see that in StreamYard, like who gets the membership, but I do get to see it whenever, see how it shows it? Oh, it doesn't let me click it. See, I can't even put it on the screen. StreamYard, you need to get your life together. But I can see it if I have it open here on the YouTube side. StreamYard needs to fix it. I know I've complained a lot. Maybe I just need to send them an email. Okay. And then Nalin says, yes, it's the methods we follow. And yes, that would be one application someone could look and see what we did. And now you mentioned at the very end of what you told me before, DNA has something separate. Nalin, correct. Anne, what do you mean? Nalin, because our laboratory is a participant in the National DNA Index System. It's commonly referred to as CODIS, which stands for Combined DNA Index System. We are subject to additional standards set forth by the FBI because they manage that database. Anne, what are those standards? Nalin, those standards are known as the QAS standards. They cover everything from, when I listed the classes I had at the beginning, they decided what classes a DNA analyst coming in should have, what education a DNA technical leader should have, what things need to be included in a validation study, how facilities need to be controlled. It covers the gamut of testing. And validation study, what does that mean? I just saw something. Grandball W1970 gifted 5 memberships. Let me see if I can see who got them. That's so cool. You can see on this other side. Congratulations to you guys who got the memberships. Don't forget, we're having a members only live on Monday the 24th. I will be setting up the live stream link probably tomorrow. We do it every last Monday of the month. So whenever I do the community tab post and put the link in there, you guys can tell me in the comments the things that you guys want me to touch on in our members only live. Now, Lynn, whenever a new chemistry, a new instrument, a new procedure is coming online in the laboratory, we perform a study to ensure that the chemistry, instrument, or procedure is working or receiving the expected results. And okay, and to be sure, you have to do that because you use CODIS. Now, Lynn, our DNA section has to do that because we use CODIS. The rest of the laboratory because of part of our accreditation standards. And tell me what CODIS is briefly. Now, Lynn, CODIS, Combined DNA Index System, is essentially a national DNA database. It exists on 3 levels. There's a local level, your county sheriff's office, local PDs. There's a state level, which is typically the state laboratory. It is limited to public laboratories, and then the national level. In Idaho, the Idaho State Police Forensic Services Lab in Meridian is the only DNA lab in the state, so there are no local labs in the state of Idaho. And the database contains different indices. Is it indices or indices? I don't know. Probably indices. There's a forensic index. Those are profiles obtained from items of evidence. There's an offender index. Actually, I want to highlight that. Forensic index for evidence. Then there's an offender index, for those registered kind, you know what I mean? And those are samples from those convicted of qualifying offenses in your state as determined by your state legislature. If your state legislature allows arrestees, there's an arrestee index. There's also a missing persons index and for remains. So how many is that? There's forensic, there's like registered offender index, arrested people index, missing person index, and then I guess like Jane Doe, John Doe's for remains, right? Welcome, precious. Welcome to the true crime reaction, peoples. So that's 5. Okay. Do you have any special role with the CODIS database? Now, Lynn, currently I'm a CODIS user. That is my only role at the moment. And what was your role the fall of 2022? CODIS user. Do you have any administrative responsibilities with CODIS? Now, Lynn, not currently. And have you in the past? Now, Lynn, in the past, I have served as the alternate state administrator for Idaho. So they had like a higher level of accessibility and security for CODIS then at one point. And for CODIS, DNA that goes into CODIS, what kind of profile is used? Now, Lynn, if I'm understanding the question correctly, there's different types of DNA profiles, and what goes into CODIS is known as an STR profile or short tandem repeat. And what kind of information is in a short tandem repeat or STR? Now, Lynn, can I give a brief explanation about DNA? Anne says yes. Let me take a drink. Now, Lynn, so DNA is a substance that's found in the cells of our body. It acts as a blueprint. It tells our bodies what form to take and how to function. Between individuals, it is over 99% the same. That is why we all have the same basic structure and our bodies function in basically the same way. In forensics and in STRs, we are targeting that less than 1% that is unique to an individual, with the exception of identical twins. And so our areas of DNA that vary widely between individuals don't code for anything typically. So it doesn't tell us anything about a person. When I look at an STR profile, I can tell you if that person is genetically male or genetically female, and that's all. Anne, do you know what a S&P profile is? Now, Lynn, I do. Anne, what is that? Now, Lynn, a S&P profile is a single nucleotide polymorphism. So you're looking at a single nucleotide, whereas the STR is a series of repeating nucleotides, a specific repeat that we're looking for. And the S&P then, is that a closer look at a person's genome? Now, Lynn, I would like to state that I'm not an expert in S&Ps. I'm not qualified in the S&P technology and have not ever been qualified in the S&P technology. With STRs, depending on the chemistry, you're looking at anywhere from 13 to 25 plus locations. With S&Ps, my understanding is in general, you're looking at a minimum of 10,000. And does that mean there's more information about a human contained in a S&P than there is in an STR profile? And this is where Nye, the special prosecuting attorney, the one that was appointed from the state itself, comes in and says, Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. This witness is not disclosed as an expert, and she just testified that she is not an expert in S&P technology. And then Hippler says, I appreciate that with respect to her answer, and I will take that into account in the event the defense intends to rely on that testimony. I took it as sort of background about her general knowledge. I will allow it for now. So this one he actually gives to the defense. This is the only one, I believe, that he actually gives to the defense. Taylor, thank you. Do you remember my question? Now, Lynn, yes, I would assume if you're looking at a larger part of the human genome that you would be getting a larger amount of information about someone. And I have one more question about CODIS, and then I want to move in a different area. You mentioned that there's 4 indexes, and you talked about a forensic index, correct? What is that one used for? Now, Lynn, the forensic index is where profiles generated from items of evidence can be uploaded. There are rules about what can be uploaded, though. It cannot match someone known to be the victim of a crime. It cannot match someone whose DNA should be in a place outside of a crime being committed. It cannot be anything taken directly from a suspect of a crime where you would reasonably assume their DNA would be present. It must be related to a crime, and it must be believed to be from the putative perpetrator of that crime. And so if I understand it, you use DNA, get an STR, and only under certain circumstances can you use CODIS. Do I understand that right? Correct. And okay, outside of CODIS, and I understand what that does, if you create a profile, a DNA profile of somebody, is that a separate thing you do in your lab, even if you're not going to run them through CODIS? I think this is what she's getting at when it comes to the unknown DNA, because like I said, just because you didn't want to run it through CODIS because of whatever stipulation would end up knocking Bryan Kohberger's DNA out of the thing, the knife sheath DNA out of the thing, that doesn't mean that you couldn't have ran it to IGG or anything else like you did with the rest of it. Like, that's why I don't understand why they stopped where they stopped. Now, Lynn, yes, when we receive items of evidence or samples from unknown individuals, we generate a DNA profile from those. And did you become involved in the homicide in Moscow from 2022? Now, Lynn, involved as the manager of the laboratory in Meridian. I haven't actually done any work on any evidence in the case or issued any reports. So why is I guess maybe they're only having her talk because she did manage the lab, but if she didn't work on any evidence, why are they talking to her? I guess we'll see. All right. Is it fair to say you did not go to the residence then? Correct. So this person didn't go to the crime scene either. As the lab manager, do you understand about what evidence has come into the lab from that case? Now, Lynn, there was a lot of evidence submitted. I have a general knowledge of items that have come in, but I could not provide you a detailed list off the top of my head. Anne says, that's okay. I won't ask you to. As a lab manager, are you aware of different bits of testing that were done relating to the case? She says in general, yes. Anne, are you aware of a profile called Unknown Male A? Nowlin says yes. Anne asks, where did that come from? Nowlin says, to my recollection, Unknown Male A came from a swab taken from a knife sheath that was submitted by Moscow Police Department. Anne asks, are you aware of Unknown Male B? Nowlin says, I believe that was another sample from hearing the previous testimony that was from in the house. So she's answering this question without her own actual knowledge, just listening to what Payne basically said. And then says, I would only want you to testify from your own base of knowledge. Exactly. And Nowlin says, from my own memory, I don't recall exactly where B was from. Why wouldn't the lab manager have had like a bigger hand in actually working on some of this evidence? You'd think that with how high profile this case got, that they would have wanted the lab manager, most likely the person with like the most experience, actually working on it. That's what I don't understand. I just don't understand that. Like they should have been touching it, honestly. Fair enough. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Are you aware that investigative genetic genealogy or forensic investigative genetic genealogy was used in this case? Nowlin says yes. And Anne says, what was your role in that? And Nowlin says, my role specific to this case was facilitating the signing of a memorandum of understanding, making sure all parties received it and had signed it, those parties being the police agency, the prosecuting attorney's office, as well as a member of ISP's management team. And then when the preliminary report was received, my job was to look over it, ensure that it had all of the required pieces in the report, and then to authorize payment of the invoice for that testing. Heather, are you still in here? Heather had put a invoice for Othram out. I think it was on her community tab. And I believe the date of the invoice was 11/29. If she's in here, she can verify that. I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm pretty sure it was. The one that she had a date of 11/29 when it came to like the payment invoice for Othram. I'm looking to see if she's in. Yeah. Yep. So the payment invoice that Nolan, I'm guessing it's Nowlin, is talking about is most likely the exact same one. It's the one that was dated 11/29, which is conveniently and strangely enough the same day of the tips at WSU that didn't even get looked at until after the 19th of December. But these are the back and forth little pieces of dates that we've got to keep remembering here. Right. Yep, it was. Okay, good. See, Heather has a lot of documents and stuff that she highlights and stuff that have pretty much like high level of relevance to all this stuff. So if y'all haven't gone over to her channel yet and like skim through it, y'all really, really should, because she keeps track of everything very, very well. Okay. So then Anne says, what role did you have with the laboratory that was going to perform the FIGG work, the DNA stuff? This would be Othram. And Nowlin says, as far as how we came to be in contract with them, so when ISP decided to pursue a contract with a laboratory that could perform the SNP testing that we talked about earlier, we're a state agency. So we don't just get to call up anybody and hire them. So we had to go through a bid process. So part of my role was developing the scope of work for that invitation to bid, as in what we expected the vendor to perform. And then when the bids came in, I was involved in the team that evaluated the documents that were submitted. And then ultimately, the division of purchasing determined who won the bid. And did Idaho State Police Forensics have a contract with the laboratory Othram? Now, Lynn, they were the winning bid through that process, and so they were under contract with the Department of Purchasing, correct? And is the contract with the Department of Purchasing that you perform these services and we pay you for them essentially, or does it have more meat to it to talk about some of the things that you were talking about, how you developed, I guess, the job description and what would be required? Now, Lynn, I'm really not familiar with Department of Purchasing's day-to-day operations or how they operate. My role was strictly developing that scope of work. We expect them to develop the profiles that can be uploaded to the public genealogy databases. We expect them to provide us a written report. We expect the report to contain certain things, to have a header, to have a date, to list the case number, have page numbers, those kinds of things. And outside that description of the scope of work and the requirements, did your lab have a separate contract with Othram that basically said you agree to do these things? Now, Lynn, we had that they won the bid from Division of Purchasing, and that's the state contract for performing that work. And you mentioned a memorandum of understanding you helped facilitate to be signed by the parties. Was Othram one of the parties that signed that? And no. This is a memorandum between the law enforcement agencies, the prosecuting attorney's office, and the laboratory. So I don't understand why. Okay, so if Othram is the laboratory, why wouldn't they have been part of that? I guess they're talking about like the laboratory asking for the help when it comes to this laboratory. Okay. And in that memorandum of understanding, that indicated that the interim Department of Justice, the Department of Justice interim policy applied. Is that right? Now, Lynn, I believe it did. I don't have the exact text memorized. And if I showed you a copy of that memorandum of understanding, would that help you remember if that was part of it? She says yes. Then Anne asks the court if it's okay to show it just for memory refreshing causes, and they say that it's okay. Just looking at that refresh your memory as to whether the Department of Justice interim policy applied. Now, Lynn, it does say in the first paragraph that it did apply. And Taylor. And Your Honor, I'm going to refer to Defense Exhibit D19 here and ask the witness be shown that, and then I'll provide the court a copy. And Hippler asks, when was this filed? Taylor says, that would have been filed with the amended Frank's memorandum on the bottom of that page. I'm sorry. And then he goes in just talking shit about the documents. I'm so tired of him. Anyway, Taylor, is that the Department of Justice interim policy? Now, Lynn. Yes, the Department of Justice interim policy on forensic genetic genealogical DNA analysis and searching. You know what? You see what I just did there? You don't even know how many times I cut out me doing that exact same thing. Like I'll go to say a word and it just won't flow correctly, and I'll go blah, 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 and then I'll go have to cut all of it out whenever I'm editing. There's usually like a good 5 on average. Yeah. Anne says, and in section 7, I believe it's section 7 or page 7, Nowlin says, investigative caution, that section. Anne, let me ask you the question. Are you familiar with the provisions in that policy that says if there's a prosecution case, if somebody is arrested and there's a prosecution case, all items in the forensic investigative genetic genealogy should be preserved for court purposes? Now, Lynn, I believe that is part of, I don't think it's in section 7, it might be, but I believe that is part of preserving. Anne, okay, what I want to know is, what did Othram preserve? Now, Lynn, I don't know. Anne, what did you get back? Now, Lynn, now this is what they got from Othram. We received a preliminary report. In other cases, we will sometimes get back the DNA extract that was sent to them. I don't recall if we got that back in this case. Anything our laboratory receives, we return to the submitting agency. So again, how are they able to do whatever testing that they did in order to upload the DNA sample to CODIS? How are they able to take a sample and send it off to Othram? They don't get that sample back, and then the feds got a fresh sample too. How are they doing all of that with the amount of touch DNA boo-boo that they're trying to tell us was on this thing? There's no way. I've said that from the very beginning. There's no way that they performed all the tests that they did on this little bitty nothing. Like they would have had to have made several clones of this in order to just send stuff off like that. But this answers my question that Othram did not send back the sample. So that means they still have it, or did Othram destroy it too? Interesting. And would validation be part of that? Validation studies. Now, Lynn, I wouldn't assume so. I wouldn't assume that would be part of this. No. Alan, would bench notes be important? And then Hippler interrupts because he didn't hear the word bench notes, and it goes back to normal. Now, Lynn, for our laboratory, we designate those as part of our case record. I'm not familiar with what Othram designates as part of their case record. Anne, so I guess then that means you don't have any of those. Now, Lynn, no, only the preliminary report. So they never got the DNA sample back. They didn't get a bunch of details actually back from Othram. They just got this preliminary report. But the preliminary report obviously had the information about the 4 brothers that had a low match percentage to the knife sheath DNA and all their names and all their information. So that preliminary report at least had like a lot of info apparently. Anne, all right, I will move to a different area of questioning, and it's about the requirements with Othram. You mentioned the goal was to create profiles and create a report, but to search public databases. Now, Lynn, correct. There are public genealogy databases that will allow entry of law enforcement samples. And that is part of the scope of work. They were required to enter it into those databases. So Othram has law enforcement level access when it comes to the public genealogy databases and what they're allowed to legally input when it comes to these cases. Anne, are you aware there are databases that do not allow law enforcement to search? Now, Lynn, yes. Anne, were you part of the work after Othram began their work to try and do an investigation? Now, Lynn, I was not, as far as, I guess I'm unclear. We received evidence submitted to the laboratory before, during, and after for all sections. Is that what you're referring to? Anne, let me rephrase my question. I think that question was too broad. While Othram was doing their work, were you part of any work to help Othram? For instance, did you get any documents that you did some research on to try and help Othram? Basically, once Othram had everything, did you do anything else to help what Othram was doing? Or did Othram do all of this completely independently and y'all just waited for their response? And it seems like that's the one. They just waited around. Nowlin says no. Anne says, were you aware that Othram was just stopped from doing any further work at some point? Nowlin says yes, that she was aware of that. Anne says, and was this before they produced any results? No. They already had the preliminary report by the time the feds told them to quit, which is wild to me. We received a preliminary report. I recall receiving that because that's how I know I can approve payment for the invoice. So I know we received that prior to them being told they were stopped. So what else were they doing, I guess? If they'd already returned the preliminary report, what else were they doing to where they were still actively investigating the genetic genealogy? I guess the preliminary is what it means, the preliminary. And then after the fact, they were supposed to send in like the final analysis. Anne, were you part of the decision to stop them? No. How did you find out about it? I found out about it in an email from my laboratory system director. So this person was the manager of the lab at the time. She got something from her director. Do you remember when this happened? I don't recall. Does the forensics lab continue to contract with Othram? Nowlin says yes. If Othram had a file that would have any validation studies and bench notes, anything they did on the case, who would have received that? Nowlin, again, validation studies would be odd to associate with individual cases, so I wouldn't assume they would do that. Again, I'm not familiar with their procedures. And as far as who would receive documents, usually it would be, I would assume, the agency which we received that preliminary report. Well, that would have been ISP. Yeah. You mentioned you're not familiar with their procedures. Nowlin, not in detail, no. Anne, what procedures are you familiar with? For Othram? Yes. Nowlin, As part of the bid process, all of the bidders were required to submit. I believe they were required to submit their procedures, and it was essentially just looking over them to say, yes, they have a procedure in place for extracting DNA. Yes, they have a procedure in place for doing S&Ps. So yes, they meet the minimums for the invitation to bid. But again, I'm not qualified in that technology, so I wouldn't have studied them or rendered an opinion on them. And I won't question you for your opinion on them. I won't ask you to quote them to me, but you saw those. Now, Lynn, yes, at the very beginning of the bid process. And let's switch gears. In the case we are here for today, do you recall there being a trash pull? And the court reporter asks her to repeat that. I recall receiving evidence from a trash pull. Correct. And what role did you have in deciding anything about the trash pull? Now, Lynn, nothing about the trash pull occurring. I do recall there being a brief. I can't remember if it was a phone meeting or a video meeting, and just being asked in general what items from someone's trash are good for DNA. So before they even bothered taking out the trash, this Nowlin lady, this lab manager for the Meridian Lab, which is for ISP, got on a phone call and was advising whoever was supposed to be over there looking in the trash on what objects to look for that would actually have DNA on them. So she was helping orchestrate, I guess, their planning process over in Pennsylvania. Did you give advice? Nowlin says yes, basically. I don't know if it was me specifically or another member of our DNA unit, but we did offer suggestions on items that are good for DNA. Did you receive items to test? She says yes. What instructions were you given about those items? Nowlin, the discussion was a person of interest that had been developed and to analyze the items from the trash to determine if they could be inclusive of the DNA profile that was developed from the knife sheath, unknown male A. And what date was that you received the trash? The trash was received into the laboratory on December 28th of 2022. I would love to know how, like, they spend like extra hella money on a jet to literally like take the trash from Pennsylvania over to Idaho, or a helicopter or something like that, because this didn't go through no first class overnight mail. I'm telling you now, like they flew that shit over there like in a plane. So you were looking for a male profile. Correct. All right. Did you find male profiles? Notice this is okay. And remember, so far, up until the court orders from Judge Hippler that we went over a few days ago, we were only aware that there was trash taken out of the trash can that was a statistical match to the sheath DNA to be the parent of the contributor of the DNA on the knife sheath. They found more than one, and we didn't know that until the court order. Now, Lynn, I didn't perform the actual testing, but yes, there were male profiles developed. And how many? Nolan, I don't know. And do you know anything about either male profile or any of them? See, I'm wondering. Well, I think she's saying any of them because we find out that the other one that supposedly does match Bryan also had some female DNA mixed into it. We'll get to that. Nellin, I believe one of the male profiles designated as E was determined they could be a biological parent or a child. This is where this kind of freaks me out a little bit right here. Of the profile from the knife sheath. So they're making this a little bit broader here, because at first they said that it was the paternal match to the knife sheath, meaning it could have been the father of the knife sheath DNA. Now, all of a sudden, they're saying it could have been the parent or the child. Or the child. That's wild. And are you aware that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was in the trash? Now, Lynn, I was not aware. And did you become aware? Now, Lynn, I became aware later. We didn't have his name at the time. So Moscow PD had Bryan Kohberger's name on 12/19, but on 12/28, whenever the ISP Meridian Lab was sent the trash, they didn't know the suspect's name. That's interesting. You didn't know his name on December 28th. No, I did not. And okay, Were you on December 28th, were you aware that not male E, but another male profile had been identified from the trash pool? I knew there were some mixtures of DNA that were also included. One of the mixtures, did it have a male DNA profile? Nowlin, I believe it did. And wasn't that profile the major component of that profile with a minor female, not a minor underage female, but that the major component of the mixed DNA was a male and that there was female DNA mixed into it? I'm really wondering if it's a rubber. I've mentioned this already. Like, did he have somebody from his hometown that he hooked up with sometimes, and that's why there's a mixture of DNA there? Because I don't think it said what it was or what item it came off of. I don't think they've said any of that. And Nowlin says, I believe that sounds correct. And later, didn't that return to Bryan Kohberger? And this is something that we learned in the court order. And this is where I believe Judge Hippler is not being honest in the court order. I'm gonna have to go back, like I said, like I didn't have time to go back and pull everything now, so I don't want to like say too much and then end up being like wrong or whatever. But from my memory, what Judge Hippler says about the comparison of the profiles to like the trash and stuff when it comes to this Bryan Kohberger match in the trash, it's a little bit different in the judge's order than it is in here. Again, I'll be doing a video on like all of those things later, but that's how my brain was like remembering that whenever I was reading all of this. Now, Lynn, we actually did not perform that comparison. And did you and I have a discussion a few days ago? They had a conversation a few days ago. Now, Lynn, we did. Did you tell me that you knew that to be Bryan Kohberger's DNA? So she asked her about this a few days ago, and she called her out on it because she feels like she's getting a different answer. And Nowlin's response is this. I said I thought that was, and I could not find the report where we had done that comparison. I've since looked through, and we did not make that comparison. So I cannot say that he was included in that mixture. Our laboratory did not do that comparison. So if she's saying that they did not do that comparison, then that would mean that Judge Hippler claiming that the DNA profile that's mixed up is that has Bryan Kohberger's DNA mixed up with female DNA isn't accurate, unless there's something else in here that I haven't read yet that says where they did get that information from. But at this point of this transcript, ISP is claiming that they didn't do that comparison. So I don't know where Judge Hippler got that from at this moment. But a DNA profile was made for that mixture. Is that right? Nowlin says yes. And there's a minor female and a major male. That's my understanding. And you could, by eye, look at that and tell that's Bryan Kohberger, couldn't you, if you wanted to? If I wanted to, I could probably look. I did not. Why wouldn't you have? You were the person like helping with this stuff. Like, I know that she said that she didn't have her hand in the evidence or whatever, but you're the lab manager. Why are you not like double checking and verifying things? Like, just because you're not doing like the actual work on the evidence, isn't it your job to make sure everyone's doing their job correctly? I feel like you should have like firsthand knowledge in a managerial way, if that makes any sense. And okay, you could still do it today if you wanted to. Now, Lynn, if there was a request to do the comparison, again, we didn't do a visual comparison evidence to evidence. Our procedures don't allow us to do that for probative comparisons. And I need you to help me understand that a little bit. I'm having that question because I understand there was an unknown male B found in lab item number 30. Do you know what I'm talking about? Nowlin says no. And okay, well, I also understand that there was a cigarette butt taken from somebody in connection with the investigation. Are you familiar with that? We learned about that a long time ago at this point. Like, it's been a while, but I remember being like, who the hell were they following that smoked cigarettes? That they were surveilling for so long that they waited until this person flicked their cigarette butt or put it out somewhere before they snatched it up and DNA tested it. Who was it? And why were you following them? Nowlin says she's familiar. Anne says, and that was compared to the DNA on the knife sheath. Is that right? Nowlin says yes. And that was found to be excludable. Am I using that word right? It was an exclusion. Correct. So you compared something that was taken from somebody to an item of evidence. Is that right? Nowlin. something that was a secondary reference, as in someone identified it as they saw that person using that item. They saw that person dispose of that item. That item was collected and used as a reference sample from that person because there was someone who said it was from that person. Okay. And okay, when you got the trash to go through the lab, you knew that you were looking for a male, right? Correct. And you knew that the male and his family members lived in a house that produced that bag of trash. Is that right? So she went from the cigarette butt to the trash thing. So I guess I guess what she's trying to say is that when it came to the cigarette butt, they knew that they had information from somebody stating that this one person used that cigarette butt, but that it came from like a third party. That somebody said that that person is the one who used that cigarette butt, but they're not saying who it was. They're still not linking it to Kohberger, though. So I'm going to still keep the same mindset that this is definitely not from him. Unless they're mentioning it for a reason. Because if the DNA sample from the cigarette butt did not match the knife sheath, are they going to end up trying to like come back around and say that it was Bryan's cigarette butt and it didn't match the knife sheath and they knew that early on? I'm not going to try to like just say that like it's something that could be just yet. But that's just like thoughts off the top of my head at this moment in time. Okay. So when you got the trash to go through in the lab, you knew that you were looking for a male, right? Correct. And you knew that the male and his family members lived in a house that produced the bag of trash. Is that correct? So they just went and grabbed like a whole kitchen bag, I guess. Because if they had the regular trash truck roll through and empty the trash can into the truck, I'm guessing they just grabbed like a trash bag. Like they just, you tie your trash bag up, you put it in the big one outside. So I guess they just grabbed a whole bag. Yes, but not who produced each individual item in that trash pool. And okay, now Lynn, it wasn't labeled. This water bottle is from a person of interest. This tissue is from a sibling. This Q-tip is from a parent, meaning it wasn't specific. Well, it wouldn't be. We didn't have that information. It was just, here's some items from a trash pool. So they just got sent an entire trash bag worth of stuff. So they got asked, what items should we pull from the trash to test the DNA of, but then just got sent an entire bag of trash to just go through themselves. It's kind of gross. Okay. And one of those items you took and developed male E. I did not, but yes, the laboratory did. In general, the lab developed male E, correct, and compared male A to male E. There was a paternity statistic calculated because they were both single source profiles, meaning only from one individual. Okay, and there's another male profile, A. That was part of the mixture, to my knowledge, meaning more than one person's DNA present on that item. Again, only one male, though. Is that right? Now, Lynn. So when there's a mixture of an item of evidence, I don't know if you want me to explain the process. The first step is determining number of contributors to that mixture, and then our laboratory utilizes a software program to help break out the components of that mixture. When one individual is male, it's not always possible to say the gender of the second person. Males have an X and a Y chromosome. Females only have an X. So if there's an X and Y present, it could be one male, it could be two males, it could be male and female. Without comparing the known reference samples, I can't say that. And I haven't seen the profile to my knowledge. And okay, did you tell me though on the sample, and I'm talking about 95.9.1, that was a male and a female? Nolan, I believe that. I don't know if it was designated as that in the laboratory report. To my knowledge, it was. I can't remember what the report said. Again, I didn't generate the report and didn't do the work, so I'm not familiar with it as if it was my own work. And, okay, male B was also a mixture, wasn't it? A, I don't know. Nolan, I don't know. So are they saying male B, is that the one from the handrail? Male B is handrail, right? Did they say that male B was mixed before that? Because D is the gloves, right? I don't think we heard before that male B was mixed. I don't think we heard that before now. And okay, now Lynn, if it was designated under unknown male B, again, I don't know if it was from a mixed sample or not. Your Honor, if I might have just a moment, thank you for that. And then she says, just a couple other questions for you. As it relates to male E, it was compared to the sheath. Is that right? Correct. A paternity comparison. And male E profile was compared to a lot of other evidence items in this case, wasn't it? Correct. And you are allowed to do a manual interpretation per your policy, right? Now, Lynn, if there is, so it's not black and white. And if it is a single source and we can look at it and say that that person is excluded, they are not the source of the DNA, then yes, that can be done manual. And by manual, I mean a person looking at it, meaning the person has to be knowledgeable enough to be able to know what the hell they're looking at and get the answer right. It's not verified by a program or anything like that. If it is a probative comparison, and how we define a probative comparison is if it's saying something about who could be the source of the DNA on an item of evidence that's relevant to the case, then no, we do not have a manual comparison and issue a statement about that, because all of our standards, we have to issue a statistic so that the trier of fact has something. Is that supposed to be tier effect? Trier effect? Okay. Has something to gauge how unique that could be. What is the likelihood that the DNA could be from someone else? We provide that statistic. We don't just say it matches. That requires a statistical calculation, which we use a probabilistic genotyping software to do. And I apologize. I think I got lost in there. Are you telling me because it was a mix, you couldn't have done a manual interpretation on 95.9.1? Now, Lynn, because it's a mixed profile, and because if it was, you're saying it was Bryan's DNA, Bryan Kohberger's DNA present, that would be a probative comparison in the case, which we have to provide a statistic in order to make sure that to make that statement. In order to deconvolute a mixture, we are no longer allowed to do those manually, deconvolute, as in separate the mixture into its components. We have a software. That software was not designed for, nor was it validated for, doing evidence-to-evidence comparisons. And now you're speaking my language. Validations are important for integrity. Is that right? Now, Lynn, in forensics, our laboratory uses validations to ensure any new tool is working properly. And now at some point later, your lab issued a report saying, matching the DNA on the sheath with DNA taken from Bryan Kohberger. Is that right? Now, Lynn, that's correct, and a statistic was provided. And now I want to talk about where we're talking. What? Now I want to talk about what we're talking about when we say the sheath. You're familiar with what happened with the sheath for swabbing. Is that right? Now, Lynn, I've seen the sheath, and I know how our laboratory performs swabbing of evidence, but I did not swab that item of evidence, nor did I see it being swabbed. And as I understand it, though, you've read the lab notes. Nolan, at one point, I believe I did read the notes. I think I was asked a question, and the analyst was out of town or something. And I think you answered that question to law enforcement after consulting somebody else who was with the swabber when the sheath was swabbed. Is that right? So the manager of the lab is telling us now in court that there was apparently a question being asked about how it was swabbed. Is that what I'm hearing here? Is that what I'm reading here? That there was that the way that it was swabbed was being questioned? That's how it sounds. It's sounding familiar. If I understand the lab reports, it's a single source on the knife sheath. Is that right? Correct. Does that mean it's only one person in that area? Yes, that was detected through our testing. And tell me where you think that sheath was swabbed for purposes of DNA collection. Now, Lynn, I believe the analyst swabbed there's kind of a snap or a button that was on the top of the snap, and that's the area that was swabbed. There were other samples on it. There were other areas on it sampled as well. So the one that she just described was on the top of the snap, not in the inner button piece. For the purposes of unknown male A that you're telling us later came back to Bryan Kohberger, that's the only place I want to talk about right now. Are we on the top of the button? The outside or on the inside, the socket portion of the button? I know on the top. I don't recall if she swabbed the underside or not, so it was a female. I'd have to look at her notes again. Do you know if that sheath was part of that preserved for fingerprinting? The swabbing was done first. That's our laboratory standard order of processing. If DNA is needed for fingerprints, they will work together. Essentially, fingerprints will say we can see some possible ridge detail. So if you can avoid this area, after the DNA says we want to swab this, and they come to a decision of what would best suit that item of evidence to determine where to swab. So the swabbing takes place first. Good to know. Keep that in mind. And I don't think I have any further questions right now. And then they take a break, and Nye comes in and starts cross-examining Rylan. You talked a little about policies and procedures in the lab. Do you recall that testimony? Nolan says yes. Nye. And you talked about that there are policies and procedures related specifically to DNA. Is that correct? Correct. As part of those policies and procedures, does the lab need to have a legitimate reason to test DNA? Lily, my small dog, she's on her back, wiggle worming, trying to get comfortable on the bed, and all I hear is like her making like little weird sneezy noises. So I had to see what she was doing. I'm probably gonna let the cat in here soon. She's gonna be jumping up on the screen, so y'all be prepared for that. Okay. As part of those policies and procedures, does the lab need to have a legitimate reason to test DNA? Yes. We only test DNA related to criminal investigations or to death investigations, and it needs to be an item that will answer a probative question in a case. So, for example, if someone at the lab wanted to test DNA out of curiosity about medical information, that would not be consistent with that policy. See, they keep saying stuff about medical stuff, and I don't understand why they keep saying that. And I know somebody like left a comment saying that they keep arguing that in court. Obviously, I know that they keep arguing that in court, but I don't know why they're arguing that in court. So then I went back to thinking about how that original rumor came out about Bryan Kohberger apparently doing some sort of like ancestry test or whatever. What if it wasn't an ancestry test that he took, but it was more like one of those medical tests? Because they go on to talk about the medical test and what they can test for, prostate stuff and all those other things. So what if that's the one that he actually took and they like illegally obtained his DNA from the medical portion for all this bullshit? I'm really wondering if it wasn't an ancestry one and it was one of the medical ones. Okay. So for example, if someone at the lab wanted to test DNA out of curiosity about medical information, that would not be consistent with the policy. Nowlin says, we don't do curiosity testing and none of our testing would provide medical information. So none of it's even like valid to look for any of that stuff anyway. Nye, you also testified that you were involved in or maybe primarily responsible for developing the scope of work request for Othram. Is that correct? Nowlin says, I was part of that, yes. Nye, and what is a scope of work request? Nowlin, that just goes with, and this was my first one I've done. So this is the first time they've ever sent anything off to Othram, ever? Like they had been contracted with them for a little while, like before the situation. So this is the first one ever. That's wild. Okay. So I don't have vast experience in this process, but when we're going to contract with the vendor, just going through and outlining what we expect them to do is part of that. Even though honestly, the contract that's set up whenever the bid was won should have been all of that stuff. Like that should have been all in that already. Okay. Nye, and what do you recall about this request specifically? What were you requesting Othram to do? Nowlin, specifically, we were requesting them, if necessary, to perform DNA extraction, pulling the DNA out of the cells on an item of evidence, if necessary. Our laboratory typically did that. We were requesting them to generate an SNP profile using either SNP array or whole genome sequencing. Hold on a minute. See this whole if necessary DNA extraction? No, I want to know if they sent over a profile from the lab or if they sent over the knife sheath. Because see, right here it says our lab typically did that, but they're not claiming that ISP took the extraction and then sent their own extraction. And it says that they normally would request for them to actually perform the DNA extraction. So did they send the sheath to Othram or a profile to Othram? We were requesting them to generate an SNP profile using either SNP array or whole genome sequencing. This sounds like they sent the knife sheath over there, yeah? Doesn't it sound like they actually sent the sheath over? We were requesting them to then upload that to all public databases that allow law enforcement samples. We were requesting them to generate a report. We were requesting them to notify us or to complete the lab portion of the work, generation of the profile within 60 days, I believe. I believe there was also information in there about not publicly giving our case information to the public without our express permission, things of that nature. 9. Was there anything in the scope of work request related to medical information? No. So you weren't asking Othram to determine if this DNA, the person whose DNA this had, for example, this, oh my God, I can't even talk. This person whose DNA this was had, for example, cancer. No. Now, in your position and in this case, you testified you didn't actually do any of the testing, but you've read a lot of the reports that were involved. Is that correct? Nalin says, I've seen a lot of the reports. Correct. 9. And of all of the reports you've read, have you seen that kind of information? No. The testing our laboratory doesn't generate any medical information. 9. And you also talked about in the scope of work, Othram was required to provide you with at least one report. At least one, correct. And did you have a chance to review that? Nalin, I have seen that report, yes. Did it contain medical information? No, it did not. Have they ever said that? Okay, that's where I'm trying to figure out the whole point of this. Have they actually came in here and said that there was medical information about Bryan Kohberger obtained from any of these searches? Because I honestly cannot figure out why the hell they keep mentioning anything about medical anything. Because like I said, whenever we were going over the judge's orders, that they didn't take a sample and say, oh, this certain person who left this information, this DNA sample on the knife sheath has this certain disease element to their DNA. So that's what we're going to be comparing. I don't recall that ever being a conversation. And when it comes to his privacy being invaded, I know that a lot of people are trying to say, oh, well, it's because of HIPAA. They're trying to say that his privacy was invaded. But I don't recall them actually stating it in court that they pulled medical information. I know we had a page that got dropped about there being medical information for Bryan Kohberger. Okay, so it was part of the Franks thing. I guess I'm just like not hearing how, I guess because I work in medical, I don't consider this to be medical. And so I'm like, what the frick are you even bothering with this for? I guess it's hard for me to like let it be in the same area because my HIPAA is completely different than what they're talking about here. Like I know that DNA is technically medical information. I guess it's because of the entities that are working it. It just feels different to me. I guess that's probably what it is. It just feels different to me because of that. Okay. Now you talked a little bit with Miss Taylor about MOU. Do you remember that discussion? Yes. I just want to be clear. Who were the parties to that MOU? The parts of that MOU specific to this case were the Moscow Police Department, the Latell County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, and Idaho State Police Forensic Services. So Othram was not part of the MOU. Correct. And the FBI was not a party to the MOU. Correct. In another part of your testimony, you spoke with Ms. Taylor about the trash pull. Do you recall that testimony? Yes. And that one of the examples that was pulled from the trash was a mixed sample. Your lab did not compare that. Is that correct? Correct. And can you explain why you did not compare that? Nowlin then states, so initially, we did not compare that because it was a mixed profile. We did not know the source of that profile, so it could not be considered a secondary reference, so we deemed that to be an evidentiary sample. And we can't make a manual comparison of evidence to evidence, especially when there's a mixture. So if the analyst, again, I was not the analyst, if the analyst did the comparison and determined that unknown male A could have been in that mixture, it would have been inappropriate to compare those two samples together per our analytical methods. Nye. And so the decision not to compare that, who made that decision? Nowlin. That would have been the analyst that worked the case. Nye. So you weren't, to your knowledge, no one at the lab was advised, for example, by the lead investigator in this case, which of those items to test? No. You also gave some testimony about the knife sheath and the swabs on the knife sheath. Do you recall that? Yes. And I know you don't recall exactly where the knife sheath was swabbed, but we've been talking about policies. Do your policies or best practices suggest where a knife sheath or an item like that should be swabbed for DNA? No. It would be impossible for our analytic methods to cover how to swab or where to swab every single item of evidence. We receive quite a wide variety of items into the laboratory, so it's not the analyst's job as a scientist, as a practitioner in forensic biology screening and DNA analysis, to know what they're targeting. So on this item, I believe there was also blood. So that would have been targeting that. Wait, what item? Are they talking about the sheath or the trash? Okay. Okay, so they're finally admitting that the sheath had blood on it? They're finally admitting that there was blood on the sheath. So on this item, I believe there was also blood. So they would have been targeting that separate and then also trying to determine who may have handled that. So they would have specifically honed in on an area that whoever handled it would have had to have touched and maybe touched separately. So they are finally telling us that there was actually blood on the knife sheath. Well, it's about time. It's about time. And why do they hone in on those areas in particular? Because that's the questions we are trying to answer. In forensic DNA analysis, the questions we're trying to answer is, can we link assailant to victim, victim to assailant, or one or both to the scene? So in this instance, my understanding, the sheath was found at the scene, so trying to link the possible perpetrator to the scene. Nye. And why in particular do you hone in on the areas where this person may have handled the knife sheath? I need to actually go in and fix the names. Nowlin, because looking for, so DNA is found in the cells of our body, and that includes the skin cells that are sloughed off on our hands when items are handled. So looking for any touch DNA is the term that is most often used, or from someone touching or handling an item. Nye. So if I'm understanding correctly, the analyst is swabbing the places that would most likely have the touch DNA. Correct. No further questions. Okay, but you didn't still answer anything. You just said cells that are sloughed off. You didn't prove anything. And because we already know that it doesn't always come from touching something directly. Okay, well, yeah, you still didn't answer anything. Nice. So if I'm understanding correctly, the analyst is swabbing the places that would most likely have the touch DNA, correct? And then he stops. Okay, that's not abnormal. Okay, so now Taylor is sharing a computer screen for refreshing memory purposes, and yeah, just to refresh memory purposes. And then Ann Taylor continues talking to Nowlin. Ann, we were talking at the end of my questions and where Mr. Nye just left off with you about where the sheath would have been swabbed. Reading the email that's been placed in front of you, does that refresh your recollection about what you believed to be the place the sheath was swabbed? She says very much so. Where was it swabbed? The entire knife. The knife was swabbed the entire. The court. Did you say the knife was swabbed? Witness. Sorry. The knife sheath. Am I allowed to read it? Yeah, you better correct your mistakes. I'm glad that the judge came in because we know for a fact they have yet to find the weapon. So I'm glad he corrected that part anyway. And you're supposed to read it and let it refresh your recollection and then not read it, but just tell me a summary of where it was. So don't read it out loud, but read it to yourself. The entire leather portion of the strap, both top and bottom, and then the underside of the button. I misspoke. She did not swab the top of the button because that was determined. One of my hooks where my purse is on my door just fell. That scared the shit out of me. Okay. She did not swab the top of the button because that was determined to be the most likely place for fingerprints to be found. So they didn't do the top. So she went on and on and on about the top of the button sheath, and then that wasn't even a spot that was actually touched. Okay. The underside of the button, was it the part that the sticky out part would go into, and just call it the sticky out part? The sticky out part, the little claspy piece, the sticky out part, or the sticky out. I got to read that whole part again because her calling it a sticky out part threw me all the way off. Okay. The underside of the button. Was it the part that the sticky out part would go into, or the sticky out part, or both? I can't tell from this. I would have to look at her notes. And okay, good enough. Thank you. A couple of follow-up questions for you. You answered a lot of questions for Mr. Nye about medical information and that your lab does not do testing for medical information. Is that because you do STR or YSTR testing, not SNP testing? Correct. Our laboratory performs both STRs and YSTRs, and those don't yield medical information. And the MOU that you reviewed and remembered the Department of Justice interim policy applied to the circumstance in this case. Do you know who else the interim policy applies to? Now, Lynn, based on what is stated on the interim policy, it applies to public laboratories like ours that receive federal funding in cases where federal funding is being used. And in Mr. Kohberger's case, was there federal funding being used? Now, Lynn, to my knowledge, I don't know if we did use federal funding in this case. Anne, do you recall talking to me a couple of days ago? She asked that question again. So I guess every time she realizes that she's getting a different answer, she's like, do you remember me talking to you? I asked you this already. Yes. Do you recall telling me that you did? Now, Lynn, I do recall telling you that we had a grant in place, but again, I authorized payment of the invoice, but which funds the funds came out of, I don't know. And I apologize if I misspoke. So she doesn't know where the funding's coming from. She just knows that it's getting funded from somewhere and that she has to approve it, but she can't say whether this was federal funding or not. Okay. Anne, are you aware that the FBI FIG unit, I guess, took over and the FBI finished the genetic genealogy after Othram was stopped? Now, Lynn, I'm aware we were authorized to turn it over, but as to what happened after that, I don't know. Anne, okay, one more question for you. You talked to Mr. Nye a bit about not comparing the sample 95.9.1 to the sheath DNA, and I had asked you a little bit about your policy that allowed you to do the hand search, the manual search on that. Your policy does not allow you to do a comparison, like it's either excluded or not excluded, though. Is that right? And I'm looking at policy 4.5.6. No, we can report an exclusion. They aren't from the same source. But in order to say they are from the same source, considering they're from completely different areas, no, we would have to provide a statistic, and we can't do that. But you could have looked at it and said it's not excluded. And Nolan, that would have been indication that it's possible, and we would have to provide a statistic for that. And we have. So our biology section, you may be looking at our analytical methods. Biology section has their own quality manual that further discusses this. And Your Honor, if I can have her shown this document to see if we can refresh her memory. For the record, identify what you're showing her. What I'm showing her are a couple of pages out of the biology manual for the ISP Forensics Lab that was available online. So, Ms. Nowlin, if you'll look at the very bottom one, that's the one I'm having trouble squaring with your testimony, if that refreshes your recollection or helps me understand. So, what this is talking about is it may be beneficial to make a qualitative statement about evidence to evidence comparisons. However, there is another section of our biology quality manual that specifically states if it's a probative comparison, a statistic must be provided. But what this is saying, so for instance, if you're in one room in a scene and there's multiple swabs that are tested, they can say these are consistent or these appear to be from the same unknown individual. Now, if I'm going to say these are from John Doe, I have to provide a statistic for each item and do a comparison of each item. Anne, did I hear you say you compared if they're probative? Nowlin, if it's, which that wouldn't be in my mind, a probative comparison. We have multiple items of evidence in the same room in a scene. We can say they appear to be consistent with the same unknown individual. That's not making any statement about who that individual might be. If I'm making a statement about who might be on the source of that, then that is a probative comparison and I need to provide a statistic. Before you make the comparison where you would write exclusion, you don't know if it's excluded or included, though. Is that right? I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Let me try and explain what I'm getting at. I'm not understanding why 95.9.1 couldn't have been manually looked at to do a manual comparison to the sheath DNA just to say excluded or not, when male E was compared to multiple items of evidence and it was excluded. So male E's profile was compared to more than just the knife sheath DNA and it was excluded. Okay. But you don't know that until you do the comparison. Is that right? Correct. So you can look at it manually. But if we're now making a probative statement, then we need to provide a statistic. And male E was also a single source, which is different than a mixture of DNA from multiple people. All right. I don't think I have any other questions. And then they go in to call Matthew Gamet. And he also works for the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab. And he would be that director person that Nolan previously stated directed her to do. What was it? I don't want to go back into this without knowing what I'm referring to. Director. Go up. So he helped make decisions on the contracts that were awarded. Is what it seems like. Okay. Okay. So let's go back to where Matthew's being talked to. We're way up here. Hold on, guys. I shouldn't even have bothered looking because now I've lost my spot. But we're at the beginning of Matthew. Just have to get back up to it. Right here. Okay. So he is a laboratory system director. Anne asked, what does that mean to be the laboratory system director? And I'm going to just call him Matthew. Matthew, I oversee operations of the laboratory system. I oversee anything from purchasing, procurement, contracts, human resource type issues, and hiring, terminations. I also oversee things like just how the laboratory operates day to day. Anne, how long have you held that role? Matthew, I've been with Idaho State Police Forensic Services for just about 16 years, and I believe I've held this current role for about 10. I don't know. I guess because of all the talking I did the other day, my throat is still like not at 100%, so it's getting really itchy in the back. But then again, Slade's been having a lot of allergies, so maybe I'm getting allergies too. I don't know, but my throat is itchy. Do you have prior experience in a similar line of work? Matthew, I do. Prior to working for Idaho State Police, I worked for Washington State Patrol as a DNA analysis. I think he meant DNA analyst. And is also a crime scene responder. Anne, how are you educated? Matthew, I have a bachelor's degree from Brigham Young University. I also have a master's degree from Brigham Young University, and then I have a continuing certificates from both West Virginia University and UC Davis. I don't want to know about the rest of this. I want to get into, okay. So currently what we're working on, we have several different subcommittees in our forensic, hold on a minute. No, I don't want any of that. Okay. This gets into policies and procedures. And then public trust. Oh, hold on a second. Okay. So he goes on to talk about all the different like organizations and boards and stuff that he's on to. And it all comes down to the role in getting Othram contracted. Did you have a role in deciding that Othram Labs should contract with Idaho State Police Forensic Labs? I did have a role, yes. What was your role? My role would be as a laboratory system director, making a decision on contracts that would be awarded. And did you decide that Othram should receive the contract? I did not. Interesting. Did you work on the contract with Othram? I need to answer that question in a little bit different way than you asked it if you'll give me some leeway. Anne allows. Matthew, I did not work specifically on the contract with Othram. However, I worked on the specifications that led to a contract being awarded to Othram. Anne, the specifications you worked on, did those end up being part of the contract with Othram? Yes. What were those specifications? So there were a lot of specifications within the scope of work that we developed to send out to a general bid process. As we bid as a state agency, as we bid for a contract, we send out specifications that anyone has to comply with as they give us their documents and responses back to those things. Then we have the ability to look at and make sure that they are compliant with those specifications that we have sent out. What were the specifications for Othram? There were a lot of specifications sent out on the request for proposals, intent to bid. There were a lot of different specifications that were sent out. Again, I have a recollection of some of them. I don't have a full memory of all of them. Will you share what you do recall? Some things in that contract would specify that they use the interim policy. We also would put things in there about them following environmental protection type provisions the federal government requires us to abide by. It also would have other things like reporting requirements back to us, billing procedures, a lot of different conditions we put in that to specify how they are going to work with us. When you say interim policy, are you referring to the Department of Justice interim policy? Yes. Did you care if they were an accredited lab? So at this time, as they were looking for a forensic investigative genetic genealogy vendor or company to provide these services for us, we were not aware of any companies at that time that were accredited. Othram did not become accredited until I think 2024. I think 2024. Since that time, though, are you aware that companies do become accredited? Absolutely. Currently, there are definitely companies that are accredited in these services. At the time that this contract was bid, there were none to my knowledge. Did you look at the procedures and protocols of Othram before you decided? So I don't recall specifically myself reviewing those criteria. I know that there were manuals, protocols that were provided back to us as part of that bid. Generally, I would provide those to others within our laboratory that were more qualified than I was looking at the specific technology, and I am not qualified in FIG analysis. Do you recall if their instruments were validated? I do not recall. So nothing about Othram was validated or really like legitimate, I guess is what they're trying to say. Would that be important to have their instruments validated? Validation is up to each laboratory and how they accomplish that. I can't speak to the working practices of Othram laboratories. And does Idaho State Police Forensic Lab validate their equipment? Yes, we do. Is that important to do that? To us, as an accredited laboratory, yes, that is a very important part. How about retention of data or the ability to go back and rebuild the work or look at the work that was done? Yeah, reviewing it to make sure that it's valid and actually says what they're telling you that it says. Matthew, so we retain, in our cases, we retain our electronic data, we retain any other notes and things that we make as part of our case records, part of our case file. We provide those to the investigators and to the court as a normal business practice. Did Othram do that? In this case, I believe they gave us a report or what was identified as a preliminary report. The contract specifies that they would keep any data or other things associated with that. So Othram kept the DNA. For our purposes, we were most concerned that the data or anything else not be released to any other parties. And so our concern was more about data security, data privacy. And so in this case, I don't know if they have any other data or other records that they have kept, they have retained. We had asked them as part of the termination, in this case of our work, that they would preserve those things or that they could communicate with both the prosecutor's office and with Moscow Police Department if any of that information was to be disposed or whatnot. Okay, keep it or tell somebody before you get rid of it. Am I understanding that? Our specification was that it stopped our process with them, that we were no longer in a contractual obligation with them on this case. Essentially, we were transferring ownership of anything on this case between them and Moscow Police Department and the prosecutor's office. The report that you ended up receiving from them, are you aware that that report doesn't provide details of how they did their work? I have seen the report, yes. I have seen what was in the report. Would you agree that what's in the report is far different than what the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab produces by way of notes and photographs in connection with its work? Matthew, we were not provided with analytical notes. We were not provided with data, to my knowledge. We were provided with what was identified to me as the preliminary report, which contained some of their genealogical work on this case and other things, such as potential nationalities. And is that different than what you produce when you produce a report in your lab? It's hard for me to answer that question because it's a different report. It's a different type of analysis. And so I can't make a qualification there. I can tell you in our DNA reports, we release the report, we release the analyst notes. As a general practice, we have the electronic data and other things available for disclosure. But that's our general practice. I can't speak to the process as Othram Labs and what they disclose, nor can I speak to what is normal for a release in a FIG case. And are you familiar with how you come up with a S&P, with that process where you get from a DNA sample of a S&P? In general, yes, but I'm not qualified in FIG analysis. Okay, I won't go too far into that. Are you familiar with how you get from a DNA sample to an STR sample for the lab's purposes? Yes. Are there similarities between the two processes from getting pieces of DNA to an end result profile that you can use? Similarities in process as far as extraction and quantitation of DNA, but as far as instrumentation used, methods, and those kinds of things, very different processes. And so some of the documents that Idaho State Police Forensic Lab produces that show us those results, those would be similar to what you would expect to see with a S&P. I would assume. Again, I'm not qualified in FIG analysis, so I can't speak to what documents they may or may not produce. let's move on from there. Thank you for that. And let's talk about Othram being involved in the case that winds up being why we're here today. What communication did you have with Othram on the early end of the process? Matthew. So to my recollection, our early communication on this case was providing them with DNA that they would be able to develop, hopefully, an investigative lead for us on a case. After that sample, to my knowledge, had been that we had followed our processes through and that we had put a sample into CODIS, that we had not received any hits off of CODIS. And then we would proceed with the next step of testing. We did have a contractual relationship with them since early in, I believe, 2021. It was before the crime. And so we did have a contract with them in place. And was this the first case that Othram worked pursuant to that contract? No, I don't believe so. Okay. And how did they get the DNA? The DNA sample itself? That DNA sample was delivered by Moscow Police Department in person to them at Othram Labs. Ew, just knowing that they really weren't too far. Because like Houston, like we have to go to Houston for big things in our life. And remember, I tried to find Othram and like horribly failed at finding its location because the maps for Google that day were absolutely insane when we went to Houston for one of Ariel's appointments. I don't want them breathing my air. Did you have a role in that part? I did. What did you do? I accompanied the officer from Boise down to Houston and down to the Othram laboratory. I didn't have possession of the sample, but I was with the investigator that did. After that sample was delivered, did you have communications with Othram any further? Yes. What were those? So I had communications to my memory with them about what type of analysis we were asking them to do, also what type of searching. I remember they asked specifically for consent to do certain types of searching. So Othram had certain things in place that they wanted to do that they had to ask permission for. We had to authorize things through memos and whatnot of them doing certain searching. Specifically, I believe it was family tree DNA that they needed an authorization for. I remember having significant discussion with them about why STR testing and if or how that would be accomplished. And why did you want Othram to do YSTR testing? So the reason for YSTR testing is to utilize different investigative databases that might be out there. I don't believe in this case we ever did YSTR testing. A lot of the discussion was around preservation of the sample, or as much of the sample we could preserve. And so our recommendation to them was to not proceed with that type of testing at this time, to kind of see where we were able to go with the traditional S&P testing with the whole genome sequencing. And then we would maybe potentially revisit YSTR testing. I do remember some discussion with David Middleman at Othram about, let me highlight that name, about if they were able to bootstrap some of the whole genome sequencing in order to develop a Y profile that could be searchable from the data that they had already developed, instead of using additional sample to specifically develop a YSTR profile or any kind of Y profile. What does that mean, bootstrapping? Take me back. They have this DNA sample, and then have they done those steps to get to their S&P profile before you want bootstrapping done, or at what stage are you talking about? Essentially, it was our understanding that they were in the process of, or had already obtained, a whole genome sequencing profile. And so our question to them was, is there a way to develop a YSTR profile from the genetic information that you already have through the other methods of testing? Meaning, can you do the YSTR with your whole genome profile, or do you have to go back to the original sample itself in order to create that? And that's what you mean by bootstrap. Add a different kind of analysis. Correct. And why would you want to do that, Matthew? Again, to see if there was a potential to search Y databases that might be available out there to identify genetic lineages. And what does that mean, genetic lineages? Matthew, so a Y chromosome is passed down from father to son. So we would be looking to see if we can identify a family line through tracking the Y chromosome DNA from father to son to grandfather, all the way down to grandson, and potentially over multiple generations. So it would tie us into a family line that could be investigated further. Did Othram bootstrap and get the YSTR for you? To my knowledge, they never did anything with YSTR testing. And to my recollection, with my discussions with David, that wasn't possible with the data they had at this point. It was impossible. That it was not possible. Correct. Thank you. Matthew, I do not believe that it was attempted. Again, I'm not familiar with the technology that he would have had to have used to do such a thing, so I'm not aware if that was possible. If the technology didn't exist, I just don't know. Okay. At some point, did Othram talk to you about the work they were doing? Yes. And did they have a recommendation? They did. They had at least one recommendation that I could remember. When was that conversation? I don't remember exactly when that conversation happened. Well, let's put it between, when did they get the DNA to start with? So they got the DNA on 11/22, I believe. So nine days after the crime, I guess. And when were they notified to stop work? I believe the official notification was on December 10th, if I remember correctly. That's whenever they were told to stop and send everything back, was on the 10th. So they had it for a while. Because there's 30 days in November. So there's 8 more days in November and then 10 days. That's 18 days. That's 2.5 weeks that they were doing things. Okay. So they came back to you with some recommendations. Where was that in relation to the stop work? Probably early in December, I'm guessing. The actual work, the laboratory, what I would call the wet work in the laboratory, would be the first couple of weeks, probably before they would have turned it over to a genealogist to be searching in the databases and those sorts of things. And to make sure I'm with you, wet work means DNA samples to where we get to the whole genome sequencing, and then where they get to a S&P. I know I'm skipping steps, but that's the wet work. Correct. The laboratory work, so anything that would be done in the physical laboratory, handling the sample, putting it into tubes, adding liquids. I mentioned there's a lot of liquids in this the other day, and somebody responded liquids with a bunch of weird faces acting like I didn't know what I was talking about. They put liquids into things so that they can get into the crevices, the cracks, all the crannies, all the things, and it also helps extract more things because liquid can get into places that your little swabbies can't. So yeah, there's lots of liquids actually involved in a lot of this stuff. Things of that nature that would be done in the laboratory. Sequencing on an instrument, that would all be done in the first week, several weeks. And so after that, they have a recommendation for you. Correct. What was their recommendation? Their recommendation, to my memory, to my recall, was that they had several individuals that had the potential to be of interest in this investigation. They asked us if, to further their family tree building, if we could be in contact with individuals and see if they were willing to contribute information into the databases that they were using in order to further the family tree building and further the geological work. So it wouldn't have been Othram or a representative from Othram that was contacting people. It would have been the police department themselves. And we're in a closed setting here. So I'm going to ask you to give me the last name. Now, this is part of the family redactions that we knew were coming with this. I don't recall the last name. I'm sorry. Was it your understanding that these were 4 brothers? Ooh, I'll fix that later. 4 brothers. Yes. Okay. What did you do in relationship to these 4 brothers? So we did some cursory work, just looking in publicly accessible information, literally Google searches and things of that nature. So Othram gave ISP the names of the 4 brothers, and ISP went in and found information on them. What our approach is we didn't want to be approaching people, especially with an investigation of this nature that really had nothing to do with anything. I guess that means they didn't want to just approach people all willy-nilly. I mean, I get that, but still, okay. We just wanted to make sure there was some reason why Othram Laboratories was asking us to go and ask these individuals to put their DNA into the database that law enforcement can search. So we just did some work to build just very cursory family trees to see what connection these individuals might have and to verify these individuals were indeed brothers, things of that nature. Did you verify they were 4 brothers? I don't know that we would use the word verify, but we believed that the information was reliable, that they were given us based on the publicly accessible information. And now, I know you said you can't remember the last name of those brothers. We're here today, and Bryan Kohberger's name has been on the news for 2 years. You know his name. That wasn't the last name. That was not the last name. After you did the cursory work and the family tree, what was the next thing you did in relation to these 4 brothers? We, at some point, and I don't remember exactly when, we had asked our investigator, Detective Vicky, I'm going to call her Goop. Vicky Goop. I would have legally changed my name. I'm just saying. Vicky Goop, with the Idaho State Police to reach out to one of the brothers we believe had put information into a genealogical database. So they had information that at least one of the brothers had done an ancestry test. Asked him if he would be willing to upload that into one of these databases so they could further build out and use that information. She was, I believe, initially able to contact the individual. He was skeptical about her contact, and so there was another contact, a 3-way call made between myself, Vicky, and this individual for purposes of trying to validate this was indeed a law enforcement investigation. Now, I showed you guys a story a while back of a lady who got contacted about trying to help them figure out who a Jane Doe was, and it went back like generations. They were able to find out that somebody had an illegitimate child, and that's how like all the DNA connected. She thought it was a scam at first too. She was like, "No, you're gonna have to prove to me that you're a police officer. You're gonna have to send me some validation." So I wouldn't be surprised one bit if there were people out there scamming people out of their DNA. Like it really wouldn't surprise me. This was indeed a legitimate request, and at that point, that individual requested not to be contacted again, was not interested in participating. So even after this guy, this one of 4 brothers with a low statistical match to the knife sheath DNA profile at the time, refused to engage. Refused. Okay. During the time, this is Anne. During the time leading up to that phone call, when you were building your family tree, I know none of the 4 brothers had the last name Kohberger. None of them. Okay. Okay. That name didn't come up when you were building the family tree either, did it? No. So even whenever they had 4 brothers and they were trying to figure out a family tree, there was no Kohberger connections at all. That's wild to me. Okay. After that brother said, "Don't contact me again," what was the next thing that you did? So I don't remember again exactly when the time frame was with that, but I know that there were active discussions about having a phone call with the agency and the prosecutor's office about the work that was being done. They were requesting updates from us of what is the Othram Laboratory doing? Where are you in the investigation? Those types of things. We were giving them updates via telephone, via telephonic conferences with them, just giving them updates on we've delivered the sample, we've done these sorts of updates. And then they requested a meeting with us to talk about the testing and these conferences, who participated in those. Most of the time, to my memory, it was usually ISP detectives. The prosecutor's office might have also been privy to some of those discussions. Again, just general updates about where we were in the process. And tell me about this meeting. It sounds like there's a big meeting that happens. There was a meeting, to my knowledge, and I don't remember exactly when, but probably the morning of December 10th when we had a meeting. Telephonic meeting is my memory with the representatives from Moscow Police Department. I believe FBI had representatives on the phone call, ISP, I believe, myself, ISP counsel, and I believe that the colonel of state police was also on the phone call. What happened on that phone call? On that phone call, we were asked to turn over any kind of investigative records that we had, any kind of information that we had to the FBI team. They provided me with an email address to be able to provide what they were requesting from us, which was, to my memory, it was the login information essentially, and it might have been the other things I'm not aware of, like packets and things. I'm not aware of the technical terms, but basically they were asking us to provide that information to the FBI investigator. So on the 10th would have been when the feds started up on their IGG stuff, apparently. Did you do that? Yes. Do you know what you provided to the FBI investigator? So what we asked for to be provided, no, So what we asked for, okay, maybe so. So what we asked for to be provided were the 2 database searches or information so that those could be independently searched. And we also asked them to cooperate and provide any information that they need to be able to further investigate. When you say 2 databases, do you mean the 2 genetic genealogy databases that allow law enforcement to search? Yes. To my knowledge, these samples were searched in 2 genealogical databases that allow searching by law enforcement. So GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, I believe, were the 2 that were searched, and we were asked to provide those credentials, that information, to the FBI. So they're like login and information so that the FBI could go in and see, I guess, specifically what they had done. So they're still not like going off the sample and doing their own IGG work. The feds are still going in and getting all the stuff done by Othram and ISP and then doing stuff too. Okay. Do you know that GEDmatch has 2 different databases, GEDmatch and GEDmatch Pro? One that law enforcement is supposed to use and one that does not allow law enforcement use, as far as I'm understanding. Yes. Is it because one of those allows law enforcement and the other doesn't? Okay, yeah. I believe that is correct. Okay. Idaho State Police Forensics Lab's direction to Othram was to look only in the databases that allow law enforcement search. Is that right? Our direction to them was to follow the interim policy per contract with them, and any other communications we would have had with them would be to follow the interim policy. And does that mean, yes, you expected them to only search the allowed databases? Matthew, I believe that that is what would have been communicated. That's our understanding of what that interim policy means, is that they would search those databases that are allowable to be searched by us as a law enforcement entity. And after Othram turns over whatever they turn over to the FBI and you get the report and they get paid, is at the end of it with Othram for this case. Matthew. So they provided to us a report after we asked them to turn over all the information to the investigating agency and to the FBI. They provided us with what was identified as the preliminary report. I believe they titled it that because it was not a final report. The testing, we had asked them to terminate the testing, but they were not at a final result of a name to provide us, an investigative lead to provide us. So they weren't done whatsoever. But did Othram continue it after they were told to stop because they had everything? Like, did they technically have to stop just because they were told to, or could they have continued to a final result and just kept it to themselves? Because it's not like MPD was going to turn off their machines. I don't know. Why was the decision made for the FBI to take this over and not let Othram finish? I don't know. I can't speak to that. In that meeting, there was nothing stated about why we were going to do this. I don't recall specific reasons, but they had asked us to transfer everything to the FBI. Okay. Did you take a look at the 2 profiles, the FBI's S&P profile and the Othram S&P profile? Have you ever looked at those? Matthew, did we look at those or did I look at those? Did you? I did not. Have you seen them? No. Would it surprise you to know the FBI profile was over twice as big as Othram's? Again, I have no knowledge of what the FBI did or didn't do. I have no knowledge yeah. How involved were you with the FBI's process of their genetic genealogy? I was not involved, other than to provide the samples to where they asked us to send those samples to, so more than one sample, meaning DNA sample. More than one DNA sample was sent. And then from that point, I was not involved in the process. And have you become aware that they searched databases that are not allowed to be searched by law enforcement? Pure speculation is all I know, but I have no firsthand knowledge of anything. Well, you can say it's speculation, honey baby, but we all know that it's true. And okay, fair enough. Thanks for that. Your Honor, if I can just have a moment. And then she comes back and says, I have a couple of questions for you about some documentation. Matt says, okay. The document that gave recommendations for you to call some of the 4 brothers. Where is that? So I believe that that was provided to us telephonically. I don't think there was like an official report. I don't think there was an email. I think that it was names provided telephonically, and then those names were actually provided as part of the report that came several days after the conclusion of the testing. Okay, so you recognized those names from that report? Yes, those had been provided to us before. So they got the names of the 4 brothers over the phone and didn't see them in black and white text or report until after the fact. After the fact, okay. The work that you were doing before trying to call one of the brothers, where did you keep your documents from that? As far as the records that, I'm sorry, I'm confused on the question. Basically, she wants records of the conversation that they had with one of the brothers, where the detective Goop lady contacted them, and then they did the 3-way call. She wants to know where those records are. You did some research before you and Detective Goop made the phone call to one of the brothers and kind of built out a family tree and did some other research. Where did you keep that? So ISP did do their own family tree. Othram did their family tree. Feds did their family tree. And now we also know that because this is a DP case, there's mitigation that they have to get ready for. And there is also an IGG person working with the defense team. So that's 4 trees that we know of. Those were paper copies, and those were just retained and then sent to Othram as part of us communicating back to them, basically saying, this is the work we did. We're providing these to you in case they're helpful to you to continue to build out family trees. I really got to figure out what's going on with my throat. Hold on a second. Okay, so whenever we're done with this Matthew guy, I'm going to take a break and go make me some hot tea. And I'll just sip on hot tea until we're done with this because we're finishing it, but I'm going to have to do that. Okay. Do you still have a copy of those? Yes. Did you document your attempt to get a voluntary sample from one of the brothers? I do not believe so. Why wouldn't you have recorded that phone call or put a log or a note or anything like that? That's stupid. Do you know if Detective Goop wrote a police report about that? I do not know. Ridiculous. Did she provide any of her notes to you, her investigative notes? Not to me. I don't know if she kept notes. Okay. Did you watch her write anything down? I did not. We were telephonic, I believe, at that point. So it was a 3-way phone call, and they were not in the same room together whenever they called one of the brothers. It would be hard to see then. Have you seen any documentation from that December 10th meeting? Not to my knowledge. Okay. Any documentation that's come your way from the FBI's work? Not to my knowledge. So Othram had no issue talking to them over at ISP, and they technically went back and forth with information. But this person is claiming, I haven't seen anything from the feds. Even though Payne, wasn't it just Payne that just said there was thousands of pages that he's aware of? Okay. Have you turned over your work with the genetic genealogy, the help you were giving Othram? Have you turned that over to the prosecutors? I have not turned over physical copies of anything. I believe that our agency complied with the discovery request. I don't know exactly what was provided as part of that discovery request. Certainly, it is in an email document from me to Othram Laboratories, and as such, I would assume that would have gone as part of the discovery request. Are you talking about the discovery request that the defense made? I'm not sure exactly. We were just asked to comply. We know that at any point our emails are discoverable, and I believe the way the agency, the way that ISP handles discovery requests, large discovery requests especially, is to do a, quote, email pool of anything that might be related to the case. I think that the area that I'm concerned about, I do not have a lot of emails, so thank you for that. The procedures and protocols from Othram that you know about, that you've read about, where are they? Matthew. So those protocols would have been back in 2021, I believe. And from when we initially did the RFB, I believe it's the RFB process. I'm not completely familiar. It might be an intent to bid. I'm not sure what to call the process. Regardless, when that process was going through, they would have provided those documents to us at that point, and I believe those documents likely exist. Okay. Any of the work that Othram did in getting from DNA sample all the way down to S&P profile, where are they? Matthew, where is the documentation of that? I do not have that documentation. That was not provided to us, to my knowledge. And I don't know I don't know everything that was provided back to the laboratory potentially, but to my knowledge, we were not provided with that information. Would Othram have it? Potentially. I don't know. And the work that they did come up with, the name to give you for further investigation, where are those documents? I don't know. So again, whenever Moscow got the name from the feds, it was again a phone call. A phone call. So it's not recorded. They're not automatically recorded. And your documents, some went to Othram, but you still have a copy of those? I do. I think that's it. Thank you very much. That's all for me now. And now here comes Nye. And Nye doesn't have any questions. And next they're calling Daniel Hellwig. And this is where I'm stopping to go get my tea. I've got to go get some tea. So I'm going to put a little banner thingy-mabobber here, because I have to get up. And so I'm just going to put this here. Getting hot tea. Okay. I will be right back. I will be right back. Okay. I am back. And now Zelda's in here. So she might come in here. She might walk in front of the camera or not, but the dog's gonna get out of here. And she went it in, and I got my tea. I got some chamomile vanilla tea. Hopefully this helps my throat feel better. Oh, it's hot. Okay. So she's talking to Daniel Hellig. And this is just names. This is talking about how he is a forensic director for Intermountain Forensics, which is a nonprofit organization. Apparently he helps, like his organization helps fund the cases. I don't really care about the funding part of it. I want to get to where he's talking about the case specific stuff. 20 plus years in forensics, started his career in the armed forces. This company that he is here to represent has been around since 2019. They also have a lab where they can do traditional forensics, STRs, all kinds of different things. Okay, this is the one where the judge is rude. So this guy is talking, and he says single nucleotide polymorphisms, and the court reporter interrupts him to say what? Like to get him to repeat it. And he repeats single nucleotide polymorphisms. And the judge goes, so you need to slow down a little bit. You don't enunciate particularly well, so you need to go a little bit slower. Slap. Don't talk to me like that. Look, here she is. Here's my baby Kiki. Yeah. Okay. Taylor, let me see if I can understand your work right before the 501c3, getting into the forensic investigative genetic genealogy world. Do I understand that your work was to do the part, all the long steps, until you get to the S&P, and then it would be handed off for genealogists to do the other part of the work? Beyond just identifying S&Ps, it is to generate and upload file and end product that would then be handed off to an investigative genetic genealogist to continue that research. So essentially, our laboratory had the ability to start from sample, from evidentiary item, do DNA extraction, which is essentially popping cells open, pulling DNA out and washing all of the residual material away, and then traditional forensics, where you're doing you're doing short tandem repeats, repetitive DNA that repeats over and over, and you simply count them to our specific targets, which was S&Ps, where we did DNA sequencing, looking at all the different letters within that genome and pulling out the relevant single nucleotide polymorphisms that were specifically associated through genealogy, generating through a pretty extensive process what I'll call an upload file. These are files that contain all of these S&Ps, single nucleotide polymorphisms, that contain the information that is needed for upload into these databases. And, okay, I'm going to go back a little bit with you. So in the traditional STR, we've heard some about that today. You said splitting the DNA open and washing it? Yes, that's essentially the very simplified version of DNA extraction. This guy's name is Daniel, right? So I'm going to have to say it sometimes. Let me make sure. Daniel Hellig. Yeah, Daniel Hellig. Where were we? Okay. Yes, that's essentially the very simplified version of DNA extraction. You can think of this biological material, these cells, as little tiny water-filled balloons with nuclear material with DNA inside of it. DNA extraction, similar to previous testimony, is just popping those cells open, pulling the DNA out, and washing all of the cellular garbage, if you will, out to generate an extract. It can then go down several different pathways depending on what you need. Traditional forensic testing, STRs, short tandem repeats, is taking that DNA and looking at repetitive sequences and counting how many repeats are there. The best way I can explain this is if you had the word cat conveniently, or as soon as I bring her in here, the best way I can explain this is if you had the word cat, and that was the specific DNA letters that you were looking at, you could repeat that word cat 8 times. That would be a short tandem repeat. Cat repeated 8 times. I would call that an 8. you have DNA from mom and dad. So you have 2 copies of this. So you have an 8 and maybe another 8 from your mom and dad. The problem there is that you're not actually looking at the specific letters. So a 3-letter word like dog would be completely different. We've got an 8 repeat STR and an 8 repeat STR that have different sequences, but still have the same short tandem repeat number. SNP's, single nucleotide polymorphisms, is actually looking at the DNA sequence. So if we were to look at a SNP, let's say we were particularly interested in the A in cat, we would sequence that DNA and then go into that sequence and say at this location, we have an A, and we have an A from mom and maybe an A from dad. That is the generation of a SNP profile. Same concept but we're dialing down to the specific letter in question. And have you done both kinds of work? Daniel, yes. Before IMF, which is the corporation he's with now, I worked at several different laboratories. I don't know why I said it that way. I never say laboratories. Laboratories, all using traditional forensics, STRs, and YSTRs. In my work at Intermountain Forensics, we did that, but also focused on forensic SNP testing. And if I understood that part about the water balloon right, it's one water balloon, same process of popping it open, stripping out the stuff you don't need, and then it's where you go from there that makes the difference between an STR and a SNP ultimately. Daniel, correct. It's all associating to the same DNA extract, and that's similar to what the Idaho State Police Lab does as well. And so the process of getting that DNA water balloon open so that you can strip things off, does it matter how you do that? Daniel, well, there's a variety of different ways to do that, but in forensics, there's some specific and kind of common tools that we use that the process to get there can vary somewhat. However, it's fairly standard practice to use some of those same tools within the forensic DNA community. And I think I understood the repeats as looking for patterns, but the SNP is looking at the individual characteristics. Daniel, individual letter, nucleotide. So if DNA is made up of billions and billions of letters, STR is looking at repetitive sequences and counting the repeats, and SNPs is looking at specific letters, specific nucleotides on that genome. And all right, I want to talk about that whole process, how you get from SNP to splitting the water balloon open. I'm with you there. So what do you do after we get that stripped off? Daniel, if we're going down the path of forensic SNPs, there's a few different ways you can do that. There's one way that is essentially a targeted practice. We're looking at SNPs in question, and we're going to focus on those SNPs and do what is called an amplification PCR, basically a DNA photocopier of that sequence. That's what I was talking about, like they had to clone it a certain way, that specific letter and a little bit around it to specifically target a SNP in question. The other technique is something more attuned to whole genome sequencing. Again, there's a variety of different ways you can do this, but the idea here is we're going to sequence the entire genome, the entire length of DNA on this particular extract, and then we are going to pull out the SNPs that we need, the relevant ones that we're looking for. This can be done. I will refer to that as whole genome sequencing, acknowledging the fact that there are a variety of different ways you can accomplish that. Once you sequence the DNA, it comes out off of the instrument in question, and there are several different instruments you can use, but for the most part, it turns into raw data, and that raw data is typically found in a file called FASTQ or FASTQ file. This raw data is massive. It has an insane amount of information, and it's not refined in a way that we can actually utilize it. So the steps from taking that raw data to actually getting that upload file, that end product for upload into these databases is bioinformatics, essentially a software that goes into this massive amount of data and pulls out the things that we're looking for. Still hot. And is all software the same, or all bioinformatic programs, is that all the same? Daniel, no. As far as I can tell, each laboratory has their own version of bioinformatics that they use to get from sequence data into usable results. And if I understand where we are, we popped open the balloon, we put the DNA in a sequencer, created a raw data file called FASTQ file, and now we need to do bioinformatics to get a S&P. Right. Okay. What happens from there? So in bioinformatic pathway, you're doing multiple things. Again, you can think of this as a DNA sequence that the sequencer has given you a truckload of information. They're essentially puzzle pieces. The first thing we are going to do is re-emerging. So we are going to take all of the puzzle pieces that are the same, and we're going to use them to paint the best picture of that information. You can think of this as we're sequencing this DNA, this human genome, multiple times, hopefully 10, 15, 30 times. Our samples in forensics are typically difficult, so we don't tend to get that level of, essentially, we are trying to sequence this entire genome multiple times to add more context in what we're getting. In emerging, we're taking the DNA sequence that we have multiple copies of, and we're combining them into one, the best fit for that particular fragment of DNA. Well, we still have puzzle pieces to put together. The next thing is mapping. The bioinformatic pathway will map all of these puzzle pieces and put them into the human genome in a way that they're supposed to be. That takes multiple fragments and lines them up in the right manner. Once it's mapped, we are going to start to be able to find the particular S&Ps that we're looking for. We have a human genome with a whole bunch of different letters in different positions. We can say, all right, these are the relevant S&Ps that we're looking for, geology-based informative markers. We want to pull these S&Ps out, see what the call is there, and send that up to an upload file. In some cases, we don't have all of the information. We're missing some sequence data. We've maybe gotten 80% of that genome, and some of the S&Ps are missing. There's a process to fill in those gaps called imputation. Imputation is in most bioinformatic packages. Essentially, we know what the letters are in front of this particular spot we're missing, and we know what the letters are behind what this particular spot that is missing. So we can look at all the human genomes and estimate the most likely letter in the position that we're looking for. It's an estimation. It's all a guess. And like I said, there's plenty of videos out there where even the scientists and the main heads of these ancestry DNA companies will even tell you and show you exactly where on their website stuff it tells you this is just an estimated guess. And then it gives you like a percentage of how like accurate they believe their information is, and it goes from like 40 to 80 or 90 or whatever like that, and most of the time it's like 50%. Like it's literally all guesswork. They literally call this shit entertainment science. It's actually pretty wild. Once we're through imputation and allele calls, we're going to use this bioinformatic package to pull out S&Ps that we're looking for and put them into a format that will be usable for upload into these databases. At IMF, we actually generated 2 files, one specifically to the GEDmatch Pro database and one specific to the family tree FTDNA database. In these files, GEDmatch Pro, we typically got around 550,000 plus SNPs that we were looking for. That's a lot. In the family tree DNA database, upwards of 600 to 650,000 SNPs. The end product there, though, is a text file or some sort of upload file, which could be in the next format, in a text format or an Excel format. But essentially what it is a file with all of these SNPs, the calls at the SNP location, in a format that allows them to be uploaded into the database. At this point, we hand it off to an investigative genetic genealogist to do the research. And the upload databases, you mentioned 2, GEDmatch Pro and Family Tree DNA. That's correct. Why did you mention those? Those are the 2 databases that allow law enforcement searches. They have specific terms of service that give a portion of that database, those that have consented to do so, to law enforcement to search in for human remains in some cases and in criminal cases. And so in this lab process to get to the SNP, to get to the upload file, it sounds like there's a lot of steps along the way. It's a pretty complicated process, yes. And it is important to keep lab notes or bench notes or have procedures or protocols. Yes, I think that is pretty standard practice amongst forensics forensic DNA testing laboratories in general. You're going to adhere to a quality management system. You're going to have procedures, protocols, and policies that tell you what to do, tell you how to do it, tell you what samples to use, what personnel can do the analysis and technical review, and so on and so forth. It's a whole quality structure that gives support, credence to reliable results, and that would include protocols, SOPs. It would include those case documentation, laboratory notes about what you did, how you did it, chain of custody documents, electronic records as needed, and hopefully at the end of it, a report that includes conclusions and information about what was done. And why do you want to do all of that? Daniel, first of all, within the forensic DNA community, it's part of our accreditation process and some of the standards that we adhere to as a community. Second, it's the best practice. The holding of the records, using them, creating them, and retaining them, you never know if you're going to need to refer back to them in your own notes, or we mandate a technical review of all of this data. So a second quality analyst will look over all of your laboratory notes, all the work you did, and your reports, and make sure that they agree with it and would come out to the same conclusions and for discovery requests. The one thing that Ann Taylor's entire team has been complaining about this entire time is that they don't have what they need in order to validate the results. That they don't have what they need in order to go in and redo the testing to make sure that they come up with the exact same results that they got here. They're being told they can't do it, which I don't understand how. At IMF, we have a typical documentation that we would send to our clients that would include a report and all of the case notes and laboratory documentation associated with that. Outside of that, we oftentimes get requests for more than that information. What is our validations? What is our quality manual? Competency tests for our personnel, their training and education, a whole list of support documents that are within our quality management system that also are important in accreditation of our laboratory. Does all of that not sound familiar? That's all the exact same types of information that Ann Taylor was asking for at the beginning of this case. Whenever she was asking for communications, everybody that was in the lab doing anything when it came to anything with this case, she wanted all their information. And according to this guy that works at this other company, all of that's normal. He obviously does this for other contracts, helping other agencies. And he's telling you exactly how this is supposed to be done. Right after we hear what wasn't done by the agencies actually involved in this entire situation. Even previous to becoming a 501c3, since the inception of the company in 2019, even before we no longer did laboratory operations, we got accredited by ANAB ISO 17025. That was on our I just lost my page. Okay. That was on our accreditation scope, included traditional forensics, STRs, YSTRs, and eventually we included within our scope forensic SNPs, massively parallel sequencing that encompasses accreditation for this whole genome sequencing in support of forensic investigative genetic genealogy that we did. And is there a set of guidelines or rules that apply to work with DNA to split that DNA water balloon open? Yes, I think you've heard testimony to that. There's accreditation standards. ISO 17025 is the big one, as well as the Federal Bureau of Investigation Quality Assurance Standards. For forensic DNA testing laboratories, those are common. I would say more so almost required within the forensic DNA community. And those are standards that dictate our quality management system as a whole, what we do, how we do it, how we support it, how we document, and how we report. And is that important? So there's public trust in what you do. Daniel, more so, public trust for sure, but reliability in reproducibility of results, transparency, and just ensuring a full quality behind your conclusion and reports. And Mr. Helwig, you mentioned the size of the two SNP profiles for GEDmatch Pro and Family Tree DNA. 550,000 or 650,000 seem to be the maximums. If you had a case where you had produced a file to upload, an upload file, and it had, let's say, 600,000 in it, could you take that next Yeah, I'm gonna have to go like all day tomorrow, really, and just like not talk, or else I won't even be able to make phone calls for work come Monday. I can feel it. I can feel it slipping away. Okay. If you had a case where you had produced a file to upload, an upload file, and it had, let's say, 600,000 in it, could you take that text file and turn it into twice that big? And the answer is, I'm not sure how we would do that. No. An important note here, there was just IMF's policy. We generated we generated upload files specific to each one of the databases. And that's the number we had within our bioinformatic package. That's not necessarily what would be true of others. That being said, if theoretically we were to deliver our upload file to our client and it, say, had 500,000 SNPs on it, I don't know of a mechanism to add SNPs in that manner without going back to our raw data. And in this particular case, I know you haven't gotten involved in all of the ins and outs, but we did provide you what we received in regular discovery, the Othram file and the FBI file. Upload files? Daniel. Yes, I did receive 2 upload files. One was a text file that came from Othram Labs, and one was an Excel file that came from the FBI. Is that also an upload file? Daniel. Yep, both of them are upload files. They contain exactly that, a listing of SNPs, the call, and their location in a format that would allow them to be uploaded to databases. And what was the difference in size? Daniel. The FBI upload file had significantly more SNP called than the Othram file. I wasn't able to go deep into it. I don't know exactly how many more, but there was more SNPs called within the upload file for the FBI than there was with the Othram file. And since the Othram file is smaller and it's the text file, can you tell how the FBI got so much more data, so many more SNPs? Oh, he actually comes right out the gate and says, that's the important part here. Okay. No, that's kind of the important part here. There's no documentation to say how this happened. So this other person who is not working the case, doesn't have nothing in the game, no nothing, is coming out and saying there's no way that the Excel file created by the FBI makes any sense whenever it comes to the text file from Othram. And that's the important part here. I guess so. And that's really the important part, right? I have no reason to believe that Othram Laboratories did anything wrong to obtain their profile. I just don't have the documentation to show me how that came to be. Same with the FBI file. There's no documentation or notes or bench or report to say this is what I had, this is what I did, and this is now what I have. So I'm unsure of how that came to be. And it looks like Nye then comes in and starts talking with Daniel. Is that Nye? It's Nye. Nye. Mr. Helwig, I want to start with your accreditation testimony. Did I hear you correctly that your lab was accredited since inception in 2019? Daniel, our laboratory was accredited for traditional forensics. We began the accreditation in 2019, and I believe the first accreditation scope we received was in 2020. For forensic SNPs, our accreditation was January 20th of 2023, I believe. So you weren't accredited back in 2019 for forensic SNPs, correct? Correct. We weren't actually doing forensic SNPs at the time. Nye, but you were working on forensic SNP cases prior to your accreditation, correct? No, we specifically reserved working on these SNP cases until we received our accreditation. Okay. Do you recall describing the accreditation process as a chicken and egg problem? He says he doesn't. Nye says you testified you work at or work for Intermountain Forensics. That's correct. Do you post on their website? Sometimes, yeah. Do you post in your own name? Danny Helwig? Certainly. You don't recall posting in June of 2020 about accreditation being a chicken and egg problem? I don't recall. I'm certain that statement is on there, and I would need to recollect, certainly. I'm happy to show you this. That would be great. And then Anne asks if she can also see it. Yeah, I recall that. Nye. Okay. So do you now recall describing accreditation as a chicken and egg problem? I don't understand his point to any of this because Othram wasn't accredited whenever they did their shit either. And Othram's what's actually in question here, not this guy who didn't touch this case. All I'm saying. Absolutely. It was several years ago. I appreciate that refresh of memory. Sure, the smart assness in this is hilarious. In that same post, you talked about how you appreciated the trust of those that were using you before you were accredited, right? Correct. Yes. Nye. Do you feel like your work before accreditation was less, a lower quality than after accreditation? No, absolutely not. That's what his point is with this. He's trying to say, well, just because Othram wasn't accredited doesn't mean anything because their quality of work wouldn't have been different. That's going to end up being an argument here. No, absolutely not. I also want to talk to you about, you mentioned that Intermountain Forensics does, or at least used to do, some cases like this, right? Yes. Assisting law enforcement? Correct. Yes. Roughly how many cases did you assist law enforcement in? That's a good question. We have a running total there, but I'm guessing in the hundreds. Okay. And what was your role personally in assisting law enforcement in those cases? Daniel, I had several. I did consultations up front. I was qualified as an analyst for forensic S&Ps. I did some technical review, and in some cases, I distributed files to our clients. Nye. And when you say in the hundreds, you mean you went through the whole process you talked about with Miss Taylor in hundreds of cases? Yes. Developing a S&P profile? I believe so, yes. Okay. And in all of those cases, were you successful in developing a S&P profile? No. In roughly how many cases were you successful in developing a S&P program? We were about, at the end of the laboratory operations, we were about 80%, somewhere in that range. So 80% of hundreds. That's still a big number, broski. Quit playing. Yeah, I believe so. In the cases you successfully developed a S&P profile, did you learn medical information about the individual whose DNA you were looking at? No. Did anyone at Intermountain Forensics learn medical information about those people? No. When you develop, I believe you called it an upload file. Is that correct? Correct. What does an upload file look like if you just open it on a computer? It's a text file, a very, very big. Again, it comes in different formats, but essentially what it is a text file. It is a big text file that has hundreds of thousands, in our case, of S&Ps that have a position, a name, what chromosome they're found on, and the actual letters that we're looking for. Nye. So if you provided that upload file to someone that didn't have any training or experience in genetics, would they be able to read it? No, not in so much words. There's some headers on there, I guess, that would be narrative, but the molecular biology would be pretty complicated, meaning no one at MPD would have been able to have read those reports and figured out what they were saying. You have to be knowledgeable. Even I, with the little bit of background I have, is not enough. I would not be able to open a profile like that in the big, huge Excel format they're talking about and be able to understand what I'm looking at. Not without like a bunch of actual help. There's just no way. Nye. So let me ask it this way, I guess. If you were to hand that upload file to your average police officer and ask them whether or not the person whose DNA you were looking at would have cancer, would that officer be able to do that? They keep bringing up cancer a lot. So that's interesting. I don't know. I guess it could be just like as an example, but that's interesting. No. What additional steps would you need to take to learn medical information from a S&P program above and beyond what you were doing at Intermountain Forensics? Daniel. Well, S&Ps are informative to a variety of different things. So what we're looking for is genealogy information markers or ancestry link informative markers. To find health information or phenotypical, like hair color, eye color, you need to look at different S&Ps. There's a horde of research on what medical information is out there and what S&Ps are probative. To gain access to those S&Ps, you would have to go back into the bioinformatics, pull the information from the raw data specific to the medical S&Ps that you're looking for. That's not something we did at IMF. So if I'm understanding correctly, at IMF, you developed S&P profiles, but they were specific for ancestry, genealogy, and ancestry. Yes. Why didn't you develop S&Ps related to medical information? That's not part of our scope. We are a forensic DNA testing laboratory. We're generating FIG profiles for the support and upload into these genealogy databases. It wouldn't be relevant nor probative nor appropriate. 9. Did you, when you helped these law enforcement agencies, did you ever follow those cases to see if there were successes at the end? Does that mean, did you ever follow the cases to see if there was a suspect arrested after you turned in your work? I guess that's what that means. Daniel. She can just fall asleep anywhere. I wish I could like move the camera. I wish I was a cat. Anyways, sometimes we delivered files to our partners. In some cases, we had an investigative genetic genealogy team that worked the cases on the investigation side. But in some cases, our clients would come back to us and let us know that they've gotten a result or that they've had a case resolution. So they don't always know if somebody was arrested from their work. I personally would be wanting to know. I would be, even if it wasn't like something that we were supposed to do, like legal, like I guess not legal, but like professional wise, in my off time, I'd definitely be looking it up and trying to see if anybody was arrested. I'd be wanting to know if my work was doing what it was supposed to do. You know what I mean? 9. And you participate in the, I don't know exactly what you call it, in the FIG community. Would you consider yourself a member of the FIG community? Daniel, I guess yes, or I guess yeah. There's a variety of different groups, I guess, and message boards and information pathways, and I try to be a part of that where I can. 9. As a member of the FIG community, did you hear about other people's success stories using FIG? Absolutely. Have you ever heard of a FIG case that was successfully solved using medical information? No, never. Just 1 second, Your Honor. No further questions. And then it goes to Ann Taylor again. So this is Ann Taylor and Daniel going back again. And I think this is where they start talking about the medical stuff. They talk about how it's like $12. It's like $12. It's in the testing. Okay. Full genome sequencing is the whole genome, everything. Is that what that means? Daniel, yes. The whole genome sequence is the attempt to sequence the entire genome if possible. And now, I heard you talking to the prosecutor about what you didn't look at with medical information, but I thought I heard you talk about when you got down to the S&P, those S&Ps weren't called from the whole genome. Did I hear that right? Daniel, I would have to rephrase that a little bit. Please do. Daniel, when we're dealing with whole genome sequencing, we're attempting to sequence the entire genome, and it turns into the raw file, that FASTQ file that I mentioned before. Now, the next step is the bioinformatic pathway. The bioinformatic pathway is going to be targeting specific S&Ps in question that we want to solve the questions for. We want to answer the question for. In our case, these are genetic genealogy or ancestry informative markers, those S&Ps that provide information for genealogy and ancestry. The bioinformatics that we would use at IMF would be specifically targeting those particular S&Ps, but the raw data, the sequence data, still has the entire list of S&Ps. We just aren't pulling that piece of information out. And so if you handed me a case with your notes, protocols, and procedures, I could look at what you did as a whole genome sequencing and know you were targeting only genealogy S&Ps. Would that be fair to say? Daniel, with the right knowledge base, yes, the list of SNPs are included, where they are, and the name on the upload file are all there. You can do the research to look at that and say, okay, these are genealogy or ancestry informative markers. And if I had a file with notes that talked about how bioinformatics was used, what to produce, what kind of S&Ps to produce, and handed it to somebody like you, could you tell me these are the ones that go to ancestry issues, that go to genealogy issues, and if I had the notes from somebody else? Daniel, I would have to do some research, to be honest with you. The S&Ps in question that we're using are all derived from these genealogy databases. So it's the GEDmatch Pro, Family Tree DNA, Ancestry.com. Those are the ones who have decided which S&Ps to use, and we just use them as a tool. So what is the S&P that best upload into Family Tree DNA Law Enforcement Database or GEDmatch Pro? And so when you are bioinformatically pulling out the S&Ps, we're doing so under the direction of what they want from us. Could I determine if there is medical information within those S&Ps or S&Ps with medical information? Yes, but it would be a lot of research. And I just have a couple of questions for you about what the prosecutor talked about besides that. He asked you about the chicken and egg problem and different cases you've done and the hundreds of cases that you've done before. You told us that it's important to have protocols and procedures and keep your information, keep your notes. Did you do that in those cases? Daniel. Oh, yes. Yes, within the quality management system as a whole and adhering to our procedures and protocols and the accreditation standard that we derive to, it's all that. It's case documentation, laboratory report, and then the foundation behind it. Validation summaries, competency testing for personnel, their educational requirements. All that has been done in those cases and adhered to our own internal policies. And thank you. That's it for me. And let's see. Ms. Taylor then says that for the IGG, there's another witness. They take a 30-minute lunch, and then they come back, and Ann Taylor calls in Leah Larkin. Leah Larkin is another person that has been part of the IGG fight for the defense pretty much since day one. She's been on it just as long as Mercer and Bicca Barlow, as far as I can tell. And we're not going to go into her information. We know a lot about her. She started doing it as an amateur in 2013 and then doing it professionally in 2016. And she was helping with adoptee information. Okay, let's start here. Do you know what whole genome sequencing is? I do. I have not done it myself, but my training in biology, I understand what it is. Based on your work in genealogy, are you aware of what kinds of things are contained in the whole genome sequencing file? Larkin, right. As few of the earlier witnesses have said, the genome is basically the blueprint. It's the instruction manual for your body. So it, first of all, it makes you human, but it also can determine your hair color, your physical traits, your eye color. And there are a lot of genes that are going to be associated with other things, like whether you have a propensity for Alzheimer's or your height, your weight. Basically, all of these traits can make us unique for that most part, are coded in our genes, our DNA, in one or more genes. And is there any aspect in your field where medical information can be known? Yes. So the DNA tests that are used for genetic genealogy are called microarrays. So when you spit in a tube and send it off to one of these companies, they're going to do what's called a microarray. A microarray test was designed for biomedical research. They weren't designed for genealogy. Genealogy is like an afterthought. These are tests that were created specifically to target physical traits, health traits, and it just so happens to be useful for genealogy as well. So even if I do a test and don't look at those traits, you're still in that data file. And when you get the work, do you have to make a choice as to what kind of database you're going to do your research in? Larkin, yes. So if I'm taking a client who is, for example, an adoptee, I will have them test at Ancestry and 23andMe. Those two are two companies where you actually have to send in a spit sample, gross, to get into their databases. They don't take data files from other sources. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. The most cost-effective way to do this for an adoptee is to test at those two companies and then take one of the data files you get from, say, Ancestry and upload it into the smaller databases. That way, you don't have to pay for a whole new test. You don't have to wait to mail it off and have the lab run it and get the results back. You can normally get your results in a day or two after you do the upload. So for an adoptee, there aren't really restrictions on which databases you can use because they were all generally created for amateur genealogists. And we've talked a little bit today about databases that have restricted use. Yes. What does that mean? Larkin. So forensic genetic genealogy, which is also sometimes called investigative genetic genealogy, and then there's the combination FIGG, just because we can't decide, that is restricted to two main databases. There's family tree DNA, which we call FTDNA for short, and then there's GEDmatch. And those are the only two databases of any significant size that allow FIG searching. Ancestry forbids it. 23andMe forbids it. MyHeritage forbids it. And we've actually heard MyHeritage several times in this situation already, if I can recall correctly. Does GEDmatch have two sides to it? Yeah, actually, both GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA have a specific upload process for forensic kits. We call these tests a kit. So if you're a normal, regular adoptee, you can upload through the main layperson portal. But if it's a forensic kit, it's supposed to go through a special upload process. At GEDmatch, they call that GEDmatch Pro. Family Tree DNA does not have a special name for it to my knowledge, but there is a special process you're supposed to go to, and those kits that are uploaded through the forensic portal are restricted in which other kits they can see. The idea is that if you don't want to participate in a forensic search, if you're a layperson and you don't want to participate, you can opt out. Opting out, consent. You know, the big thing people talk about all the time, consent. Yeah, it matters. And so a kit that is uploaded through a forensic portal should not be able to see a layperson kit that is opted out. Exactly. Now, Anne, do you know why these databases have these different, abilities or rules? Larkin. Yeah. So I'm sure we're all familiar with the Golden State Killer case. At least we've heard about it. That was the first big criminal case that was solved using this type of genetic genealogy. There had previously been one doe, unknown remains, that had been identified a few weeks earlier, but the Golden State Killer case is the one that got all the media attention. So there was a Jane Doe that was actually solved through IGG before Golden State happened. Interesting. I didn't know that. I really thought Golden State was like, they were so desperate to solve it that they just attempted it. I didn't know that there had actually been a Jane Doe situation or a Doe situation in general prior. I'm going to have to look into that. On the one hand, there were people who were really excited about the prospect of capturing violent criminals using this method. At the flip side, there were a lot of genealogists who were really concerned that they might be drawn into criminal investigations without their knowledge or consent. So even genealogists themselves were like, I might end up being a part of something I don't want to be a part of. It's interesting. And so the community splits. There were a lot of Facebook groups. A lot of genetic genealogy is just done through Facebook groups. And some of these Facebook groups just basically forbid it. You can't talk about this at all because it was causing too much conflict within the community. I went to a conference shortly after the Golden State Killer case was announced, and I was a speaker, and they pulled all the speakers aside and said, don't talk about it at all. You're not even allowed to mention it at all. That is how contentious it was in the community. What? So even though it was a thing that made IGG, the Golden State Killer case being solved, was the most important thing that ever happened to IGG at that point in time, and they were not allowed to brag about it and even mention it the same way they're acting like they can't have it mentioned in this case. I'm so tired of these people. So the databases, realizing that this was a problem, so Ancestry, 23andMe, and MyHeritage all very quickly changed their terms of service to say, no, you can't do this on our databases. So they only ended up doing all that because people were upset, which I understand the reason why people were upset, because there was nothing in place for this to happen whenever it did happen. But to then know that everyone already knows to the point to where you're having to change your terms of service and your policies and then still act like, oh, we can't talk about it. You have to explain all these sudden changes and things. So why not just be truthful? Especially if everyone was going to end up finding out about it anyway. That's kind of stupid. They can only hide things for so long. I don't know why they keep trying so hard. I really don't. GEDmatch and family tree DNA over the course of the past few years have kind of evolved these systems in response to public outcry about privacy and consent, also in response to some breaches. We've talked about some of those and missteps on the part of the companies themselves and on the part of some of the genetic genealogists. So they evolved these systems to allow users to opt out if they don't want to participate. So the public outcry, that was people that didn't want their profiles searched by law enforcement. Right. Prior to this, there had been occasional discussions in the genealogy community, people saying, "Oh, the cops are going to get our data," and other people were like, "No, they only use CODIS, so they're not going to use our databases." And it turns out they were. The Golden State Killer case was being investigated. I'm not sure exactly when it started. I think 2017. And he was arrested in April of 2018. Wow. A month after I had my youngest. I actually didn't know that. I was home a lot then. I guess I wasn't really paying it. I mean, I knew when it happened, but I guess I didn't realize that it was like, he's going to be 7 next month. So it hasn't even been really all that long. There's a lot that's happened in 7 years. Keep your receipt for your alibi. That's perfect. Yes, always keep your receipts. Always keep your receipts. Thank you for the $9.99. I very much appreciate that. I really like that username. That's a good one. So law enforcement or genealogists working on behalf of law enforcement were, in fact, using the databases without the knowledge or consent of the regular person, genealogists who were in the databases. And so it was 2018 when the terms of service used and people's privacy rights were recognized. Larkin. So there's a whole series of changes to the terms of service. So I can't speak to precisely which dates and which databases and which changes. I recall that MyHeritage, within a few weeks of the Golden State Killer being arrested, changed their terms of service to explicitly say not in our databases. And all right, let's talk about this case. Were you brought in to help us on this case? Yes, I was brought on to help you interpret and understand what was done in terms of the genetic genealogy for this case. Oh, thank you for the $5. Brian McNeil, thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. Thank you very much. What did you look at to do that? Well, it's been a bit of a struggle getting all of the material I would like to look at. So I've seen basically photos of a giant kind of poster scroll of a family tree that I believe the FBI built at ancestry.com. I've seen pictures of a whiteboard in which they sort of like hand wrote on the whiteboard a descendant tree. So basically looking at some ancestors and mapping out the descendant lines leading to certain DNA matches. So just photos of stuff. Photos of, but no actual like documentation work, just photos of stuff. Okay. I've seen communications between, in some cases, I can see who the recipients are, in some I can't. But I've seen a lot of email communications about the case. Do you want me to go on? Anne, no. In the course of your work to try to help us understand what happened here, did you learn that first Othram worked on the case and then the FBI took over? Larkin, yes. So Othram, I believe they were contracted based on the invoice I've seen. They were contracted to do the lab work. So you actually generate a S&P profile, upload it to GEDmatch Pro and Family Tree DNA, presumably through the approved portals. And then I believe they were contracted to do the genetic genealogy, but they were told to stop work, I believe, on December 10th. And I've seen the preliminary report, the report they wrote. And all right, have you had a chance to look at what happened after December the 10th? Larkin. So after December the 10th, there were some email communications between. The one I think was most interesting to me had the names redacted, and it contained screenshots. So just to backtrack a little bit, the Othram report reported 2 main DNA matches. 2. One of them shared 70.7 centimorgans of DNA, and then the court reporter I'm sorry, 70.7 centimorgans. Do you know how to spell that? And then she spells it out. So she's being kind of like a smartass, I guess, but that's fine too. The other one I think was 60. And Othram's report specifically said those are low matches. So there were 4 altogether when it comes to there being 4 brothers, but only 2 DNA matches were pulled from, I guess, ancestry websites, but they said that they only try to contact one brother. So I wonder if they ever actually try to contact another one and they just haven't said anything. Okay. Othram figured out how these 2 people were related to one another. I believe they were third cousins to one another. Well, okay, that changes things though. Because they said, okay, that changes results. Because if there were 2 that ended up being, some part of the 2 ended up being 4 brothers, but they're saying that these 2 profiles were third cousins to each other. Is this what I'm talking about? That it's going to start getting into specifics on how they treat it. And this is interesting. See, I'm going to have to do it myself, like the way that my brain would see the diagram with the information in these documents so that I can see this. But it does look like these 2 profiles they're speaking of specifically are third cousins to one another. And I guess one of those profiles ended up being part of the 4 brother situation. Okay. And based on how much DNA they shared with the crime scene profile, they thought that the individual who contributed to the crime scene profile was descended from the second great grandparent of these 2 matches, a man named Blank and his wife. And I believe were their names, and they were both born in blank. So Larkin has a fairly good amount of knowledge up here retained about what she actually saw in those reports. Okay. And when Othram quit work, were they following the family tree that could have led them to Bryan Kohberger? Yes. And this is the defense. Remember this. This is the defense. Yes. So based on my initial review of what they did, the crime scene profile was most likely descended from blank and blank, which I'm assuming is this husband and wife couple up here, or perhaps from one of their siblings. So see, that gives it a whole different thing. So that means it could have been either the siblings of this guy or the siblings of this woman. And that just makes like thousands upon thousands more possibilities. Insane. Okay. It's hard to tell with DNA because it's not all third cousins share exactly the same amount of DNA. Some share more, some less. It's just kind of a statistics game that you play. That couple had blank amount of children, and so there conceivably could have been hundreds of descendants of this couple. I haven't seen the full tree. I've just seen that they had blank amount of children. I wonder if it's the 4 brothers. Othram chose one of those children. Yeah, it has to be. Okay, so this couple they're talking about would be most likely the parents of the 4 brothers. Othram chose one of those children and had tracked down, I believed, grandchildren. And there were 4 brothers. Okay, so the 4 brothers are the grandchildren of this couple up here. Yeah. The 4 brothers are the grandchildren of the couple. Okay. They recommended testing one of those brothers to get more DNA to get a closer handle on where their crime scene profile might fit into the family. And so when Othram stops there and the FBI takes over, you told us you saw something from Ancestry.com. Would you have expected to see any other kind of file with that file? Larkin. So this was basically like a giant poster-sized printout of information from that family tree. A family tree, when you build one at Ancestry, it's stored in a specific kind of data format, or more precisely, you can download the file in a specific type of data format called GEDCOM, and it's a universal file format for genealogy trees. So you could take a GEDCOM file, and you could open it up in standalone software on your laptop. You could upload it to a different genealogy company. I have a GEDCOM file for every single client case that I do. When I'm finished with an adoptee case, I basically give my client the GEDCOM file so they have a record of all the work that I did. But I would have expected the FBI to have that as well, but they did not turn that over. So this right here is, I guess, the file that they're claiming that they deleted, right? No, Wayne, they were not looking at 4 brothers as suspects. The 4 brothers had a low statistical match to the knife sheath DNA. And they contacted one of the brothers. And he said, no, get out of my face. And I know people are going to bring up Kopacka. I already see Jess K mentioning Kopacka. That's something that we're going to look at. Now I feel like I have to. Like I said in the last live, I tried not to get into the Bryn Kopacka thing out of respect for what he is and the fact that I think he really did have mental issues. I've seen body cam footage of other instances with him, or at least one other instance with him, and it does look like he did have severe issues. There was something going on in his brain. But we're going to have to. We're going to do it the best way we possibly can. The best way that we possibly can. So we're going to look into all of that. So yeah, the JEDCOM file that was supposed to have been turned back in is the DNA profile, I guess. And that's where they stated that the FBI actually deleted that one. And you didn't see one of those, Larkin. I did not see one of those. No. And knowing that Othram finished their work on December 10th, and then the FBI took over, and we've heard that by December 19th, 9 days later, they'd made an identification. Is that significant to you? Yeah. Why? Because Othram's matches were, in their own words in their report, those matches were low. They were recommending testing these 4 redacted brothers to get more information. If you went out and if you approached those men, and even if one of them said, yes, you can test my DNA, the testing itself would have taken some time. Getting a kit to a person, getting the spit, sending it into the lab, having it analyzed, it wouldn't have led to the crime scene profile because it was the wrong family branch. Oh, right there. It would not have led to the crime scene profile because it was the wrong family branch. So we have a car going the wrong way at the wrong time that they're trying to use as evidence. And then they're literally telling us that whatever Othram put together was the wrong family branch in order to go where it was supposed to go. But she just said earlier that this would have eventually led to Bryan. Okay. So going from low matches to an ID, or at least a tip, whatever they were calling it, within 9 days, that's right there told me they had gone into a database they were not supposed to go into. So based on the fact that she's been doing this for a really super, super duper long time, and she knows how long it works and the process is in play, she knew instantly that 9 days was not long enough and that they were full of shit. Yeah. And were there other ways that you were able to confirm your belief? Yes. What was that? So one of them, in one of those email communications, I believe this is the one that had both the sender and recipient redacted. There were screenshots from GEDmatch. And I believe it said, so there were screenshots. How do I put this? In GEDmatch, GEDmatch has a very open system. So if you are in GEDmatch and I am in GEDmatch, and let's say we were cousins, I could go in and look at my kit and I would see you in my match list, but I could also go into your kit and see me in your match list. GEDmatch is just a super open database in that way. Any kit in the system that is public, you can see their matches. One exception, however, is that if there are forensic kits in the database and I am a layperson and I'm looking at a layperson kit, I can't see the forensics kit. They are invisible to me. But there is an email communication that has a match list from the perspective of somebody who only used the initials SC. SC. There's email communication that has a match list from the perspective of somebody who only used the initials SC. I only know one SC in this case, and it's a parent. Unless there is an official somewhere, somebody who works in the case named SC. I don't know. Is there any other names besides Stacy Chapin? Steve Goncalves, that's a G. That's a G. Steve Goncalves is a G. Stacy Chapin's the only one I could think of. Scott Cleary. Oh, yeah, I know there's a bunch of people talking about that one. It's Scott Green, not Scott Green. Sigma Chi, that wouldn't have been an entity. Like it would have had to, it's somebody's email and they're just signing it SC. That's a name. Okay. I have no idea what this person's real name is. In the database, they are called SC. This screenshot is taken from the perspective of SC, and there is a match to the forensic profile from SC's perspective. So is this trying to say that it's like a, person that has a match that is seeing this, that shouldn't be seeing this? I'm very confused about what she's claiming right here. Pop Daddy did it again. Knock it off, David. I don't know. This is interesting. Okay. There is an email communication that has a match list from the perspective of somebody who only used the initials SC, meaning this is the perspective of the person looking into the profile, into the portal, as they're taking screenshots of what they are seeing being a user at the time they're taking the screenshot. I have no idea what this person's real name is. In the database, they are just called SC. So in the database themselves, there's no actual name. It's just initials that they put their information in. Okay. The screenshot is taken from the perspective of SC, and there is a match to the forensic profile from SC's perspective. So this SC person went in as a layperson, but is somehow able to see a forensic profile they're not supposed to be able to see. This is all stuff they've said before, but it's interesting, like reading it in words. And it's also been a long time since we've heard from Larkin on the stand. That tells me that the forensic profile was uploaded through the regular GEDmatch portal and not the GEDmatch Pro forensic portal, because it would not have been visible to SC. And the email says, this one is ours. So somebody went in as a layperson and lied to get access. And said, this one's ours. Did you not think that they were going to find all this out? Did they not think they were going to be able to tell by the screenshots, by what you're showing, what profile that you're actually logged into to access this? Everything can be tracked. And the other thing is that GEDmatch will also tell you how many days a kit has been in their system. And for that kit, for the match to SC, it had been in the database for only 1 day. But Othram had uploaded it. I'm not sure exactly when, but I would say 6 to 7 to 8 days prior. So it should not have been. So it should not have said the kit was only 1 day old. So Othram inputted the information over a week, about a week prior to this person actually taking these screenshots. But this profile, so technically it was uploaded twice. If by what she's claiming, because this person took the screenshots a week after Othram would have done it. So it would have been at this point with the hands in the hands of the feds. It would have been in the hands of the feds. So based on that email and what you saw, it confirmed your belief that the FBI used a non-allowed right. Larkin didn't even let her finish. She just interrupted. Yep. Yeah. SC stands for solid case. Yeah, you'd think so. How the hell do you see any of this? This is so wild to me. Right. So that was one. There were several lines of evidence. That was one of them that stood out to me early on, that they had uploaded through the layperson portal of GEDmatch so that they could see all the people that were opted out. So I'm going to go back and find it and show it to you guys, because I did find a woman that was talking about finding out who her real dad was and like the journey of all that stuff. Right. And at one point, she said that one of the matches for people that could have been related to her biological father ended up being a false match, because the person admitted that they actually uploaded somebody's DNA other than their own to the profile under a fake name. So there was somebody's DNA uploaded, but it was under a name that actually didn't belong to that DNA. And I don't know how that's possible. I don't know how that's possible, because I thought that you had to like prove who you were, but I guess you could still like prove who you are and still sit in somebody else's spit and have it incorrectly labeled, which would mean incorrect matches, because that profile is named after a person that it doesn't actually match the DNA to. That's something that's like wild to me too, that's even a possibility, but yeah, of course it is. There were a couple of other matches. One of them was actually 250 centimorgans, which is something we get excited about in genealogy. And one of them was, I think, was closer to 70 that were not in the Othram report. If Othram had seen the one who shared 250 centimorgans, that would have been in their report. Like, their genealogists are good. They know what they're doing. They would not have just ignored a 250 centimorgan match. And based on those other 2 matches at that point, I was pretty sure they had gone into the MyHeritage database. So that's where we had heard about MyHeritage, was the truth tellers on the defense side coming in and ratting out the feds and all their bullshit. That's where we heard from them before, was from them telling us about it. And while you were reviewing this information so you could learn and try to figure out what happened here, did you have the ability to call anybody from the FBI and say, hey, what's going on? Larkin: I don't know who did the genealogy work at the FBI. Why is that? It's not in the information that was received, which was something that we've known for a while, that they don't even have the names of the people who created the S&P, who did any of the work. They have none of those names actually on any documents. And is that the part that was redacted? Which, why would you redact it? If you're not scared of the work that you did, why would you have it redacted? Why would it need to be redacted? You want to be getting pats on the back to the feds that helped this investigation if the information being, submitted as proof wasn't false. Larkin: I don't know if it was redacted or if we just never got it. So there was that one email that had redacted, a redacted sender, and a redacted recipient. Presumably, those were the people doing the genealogy work. But other than that, I have no idea who did the genealogy work at the FBI. And are there any other ways the FBI went where they were not supposed to go? Larkin: there was one piece of information in the discovery material that I did review. I believe we asked them to turn over the match lists, and they were like, oh, we can't turn over the match list because it was 20,000 people. And that actually right there is a big tip-off, because if they had only used GEDmatch Pro and only used family tree DNA, I think at most they would have gotten is about 10,000. So that right there tipped me off that they were in a database that they should not have been able to have been in. Too many results. Probably a big giveaway, considering that those things are needing to be consented to. And during the course of our work to try to understand what happened here, did you assist us with reviewing documentation and teaching us what else should have been there that we needed to ask for? What specifically? Well, about the databases, they went in the match list and Larkin: right. So we've talked about what you see in a match list. We've talked about the fact that you can download the match list at Family Tree DNA. There's just a click button to download it, and you'll get a CSV file, which you can open in a word processor or you can open in a spreadsheet program. At GEDmatch, you can also get the whole match list. So you would have gotten that. I tend to do that for my clients. So just so if I'm not online, I can still work through them. I can still work through their materials and I can report back to them. And did you testify in a motion to compel hearing to try to get this information so we could tell and confirm that you believed what you believed about the FBI going into the non-allowed database? Yes. And do you know if sometime after that we received confirmation that they did? We're about to get proof that they admitted to it. I mean, we knew it, but they admitted to it. Larkin: we did finally get a letter from the FBI in which, so we specifically asked to know which of the databases So we specifically asked to know which of the matches were in which of the databases. And they did tell us that, but they did not tell us that, but they did give us a list of the databases they had uploaded to. And it included Family Tree DNA, GEDmatch Pro. These are the 2 databases they're allowed to use. But it also listed GEDmatch, not GEDmatch Pro, but GEDmatch. They're not allowed to go into the regular GEDmatch portal. And then finally, they admitted they had uploaded to MyHeritage. Your Honor, I'm at D26 and can pass this copy to the courts. And let's see, red number is 999, notice of an in-camera submission. So is this information that they gave to Judge, I guess? Because he looked at all of this stuff in camera. So I guess that's what this is. Okay. Dr. Larkin, when you thumb through that, it's towards the back page. Okay. Do you recognize that? Yes. The second to the last page, it says below are the genealogy services utilized by the FBI. And what does it tell you? It says Family Tree DNA, GEDmatch Pro, regular schmegular GEDmatch, which is not allowed, and MyHeritage, which is not allowed. So they admitted it in writing. They admitted it in writing. And we still doing this shit. They admitted it in writing. Which is all, this is where this is also so stupid, because he's been making a big deal about all these documents, right? And like I said, that it's all like part of the exhibits and all of the motions and all the things, like everything they're talking about is already part of the record. And he's like, well, I want copies and I want it labeled and blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to scour the record for your information. But right here, she's like, do you want a copy? And he's like, oh, it's part of the record, so I have a copy. You flip-flopping little... I don't like him. I don't like him. And then starts talking to Larkin about Prometheus. What is Prometheus? And we are also on page 159. So we're actually almost done. This actually went a hell of a lot longer than I thought. Some people said they were able to read through it in like 2 hours, but I forget the fact that I take breaks, I talk, and all the other things. So Prometheus. Prometheus is a third-party site, so it's not part of Ancestry, not part of MyHeritage. Actually, MyHeritage owns it now. It's a site where you can take the S&P profile that you get from any of the companies and upload it to the site, and it will basically look for medically informative S&Ps in your profile, and it will do reports on them. I think it's like, I don't know, it's like a nominal fee, like $12 or something, and it will do a report of all of the S&Ps that you have in your profile. And if you had my S&P, you could do that and find out, yes, I can do it on. If somebody has done a genealogy test for $12, I can put that into the Prometheus system and get trait reports and health reports. How extensive is that information you could get? Larkin. It's pretty comprehensive. I mean, you will get reams and reams of reports. I should say that how do I put this? There are a lot of traits that are controlled by multiple genes. And so if a trait is controlled by multiple genes, I can't say for certain, yes, you're going to go Alzheimer's. No, you're not going to get Alzheimer's. It's more of a risk factor. But you can look at the multiple reports and see if they're, for example, giving you an increased risk of Alzheimer's or whatever other traits are in the system, if you have an increased risk of breast cancer, prostate cancer, or anything else out there for $12. Yes. Thank you. That's all of my questions. And then Nye comes up and starts talking to Larkin. See, with this like form of questioning right here, I'm kind of wondering if they're kind of questioning if the feds are lying. I mean, they know the feds are lying, but are they not telling them that they also did this the Prometheus thing? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, are they trying to say that there's like a medical issue that was found in the knife sheath's DNA, then that's actually how they were able to like match it to Bryan Kohberger? Like this way, was it like actually something medical that they were looking for? We'll find out eventually, I guess. Okay, so Mr. Nye with the state. Okay, so you testified that when people come to you wanting to do genealogy tests, you recommend Ancestry, DNA, and 23andMe. Is that correct? Yes. And one of the reasons you recommend those two is because they have the most users in the database. Is that correct? Yes. And that's the reason why it's important, is because when you're looking for Ancestry, really the best database for you is the one that has your closest relatives in it, right? Yes. But you can't know that until you use the database. So you just use the one with the most users. Larkin, there are two reasons to start with these two companies. One is because they have the largest two databases, and then because you cannot upload into those databases. You have to test with them. You can test at Ancestry, and then you get into MyHeritage and Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch databases for trivial amounts of money. Whereas if you tested at Family Tree DNA first, the only way you're going to get into Ancestry database is by doing another test. So I always recommend starting with the biggest, and then if you want more databases, you can upload into the smaller ones. Nye, and one of the reasons you might want more databases is so you could get more matches, right? Yes, so you can gather more information that way. And typically, that's why people are coming and asking you about these databases, is because they want more information about their family, correct? People generally come to me because they need help interpreting the matches that they do have. Nye, I want to talk to you a little bit about the number of users in these databases. So we've been discussing the ones that were on the list. On that list you read from the document the FBI indicated they used in this case. Do you remember that list? On that list, do you know which of those databases has the fewest number of users? Larkin, I believe Family Tree DNA is currently about 1.8 million. It's not an exact number, but I think that's probably about where they are right now. GEDmatches, I think, a little over 2 million, and MyHeritage recently announced they were at 9 million users. Nye. And when you say 1.8 million, you mean 1.8 million other people that have utilized their services and that you potentially could match with if you utilize that service. Yes. Is that correct? I have a couple of questions for you on this Prometheus. You mentioned it costs money, $12, I believe you said. I think it's $12. Why would somebody utilize Prometheus instead of just reading their S&P profile themselves? Larkin, the S&P profile is basically just a list of, there's a location code, but it's going to be something like RS23744, and you're not going to know what RS, I don't even know if that's the number. I just made that number up. You're not going to know what that S&P is. You're not going to know what gene it's a part of. You're not going to know whether an A or T is good or bad. Prometheus takes your data file and references published literature on what those S&Ps might impact in terms of traits, and then produces a report from them. Nye. So even you, for example, if you wanted to know your medical information and you had your own S&P profile, you wouldn't just attempt to read it. You would use a service like Prometheus. Yes, and she's a professional. No further questions. Okay. And then I'm pretty sure the rest of this is their back and forth. I'll go ahead and read their back and forth. This is going to be between the court and, yeah, between both sides and the court. So the state had this Dr. Middleton guy apparently come in remotely, and then at the end of the day decided not to call him. I would really like to know why, honestly. Okay, so the judge says, I'm trying to recall what I said about argument on this issue, whether I said we could do this publicly or not. I want the parties' input on that as we make that decision, whether we can argue the Franks and suppression issue on IGG publicly. Okay, this is the argument about why they ended up opening up the courts finally. Okay, I know your position is that we should, but in light of my ruling, can you? And, Your Honor, I'm going to refer to what the FBI did in here. I'm going to refer to the Department of Justice interim policy. I can probably not name the 4 brothers that the state lab tested. Judge Hippler, okay, can we avoid talking about the fact of the 4 brothers? I understand that's there, but I'm not gathering the import of it on the issues at hand. Is he serious? If he acts like this isn't important in other parts of this, we're going to have issues. But also the bigger issue is that he didn't allow the hearing that was going to be needed in order for this to be relevant information. He just decided, oh, forget it. I don't care what all this crap came out and this looks shady as shit. We're just not going to have a Franks hearing and you're just shit out of luck. What a loser. I think you could reference that there was some information that was itself insufficient to generate a profile, and I know what you're talking about. And I'm trying to think of how I could do it. I want to make sure I've made a really good record here. The record is very important, of course. And I think I can talk about Othram's recommendations that were attempted to be followed, but nothing worked. I think I can do that. Maybe after hearing the evidence, if there's a ground the court really wants me to stay away from, other than saying the 4 brothers, maybe that would be helpful to know. I'll do my best, Your Honor, but I really want to make a good record for Mr. Kohberger. Then the state comes in and says, Your Honor, I think we can probably do the argument publicly. I don't need to reference the brothers. I don't need to reference any of the specific names. As I explained earlier, and as the court has seen, we didn't put on evidence one way or the other as to whether the policy was followed, for example, so that part of the argument is even assuming. From our perspective, I think we can probably do the argument publicly. And then Hippler says, I thought I made it clear what I've tried to do is to open up evidence, whether for the state or against the state in this case, that potentially is not coming into trial that could influence potential jurors. See, this part right here was interesting here that he said this because it's almost like he admitted to intentionally trying to muddy the waters. I'm going to reread it. That's how I read it the first time. That's how I read it again the second time. Let me reread this portion again. I thought I made it clear. What I've tried to do is open up evidence, whether for the state or against the state in this case, that potentially is not coming up in trial that could influence potential jurors. So he made it clear he wants to open up evidence that might not be at trial that could influence potential jurors. Is that what he said? He wants to influence potential jurors? Is that what he said? That's how it sounds like. Again, I could just be reading it wrong, but that's what it sounds like to me. I didn't hear a lot of that today. I think the fact that there was investigative genealogy done in this case is not necessarily a secret, given that we publicly talked about that we're going to talk about it. I mean, yeah. I think the more specific things about what happened within that, it's best if we kind of refer to that more generally in terms of like the four brothers and whatnot. I think, frankly, it's appropriate to discuss how law enforcement handled the profiles that they received. I think it's appropriate to talk about whether or not these profiles, what privacy is at issue in those profiles. I think that obviously the state is going to talk about standing and other issues and your client's specific privacy rights with respect to this. So I think that's appropriate. So I think we're generally okay staying away from some of the specifics that I'm not sure that ultimately would be admissible at trial. Even if I were to say, well, admissible at trial, the whole IGG issue, I'm not sure that's going to be admissible at trial. See? So this tells me right here, since they've already done motions to suppress the IGG and he said no, that at some point the state's going to end up filing that motion of limine, asking it for it to be excluded, and the judge is going to freaking grant it. How much do you want to bet? I suspect the trash pool, is going to be admissible at trial, and that genealogical match allegedly to Mr. Kohberger's father, as I understand it, and the lack of attempt to figure out, I think, what I'm understanding, at least from the testimony, the attempt to figure out the mixed profile. So I think that's all fine. The preference is staying away from the specifics as to what those genealogy searches showed, more specifically that we talked about, the brothers and the names of individuals who were testified to, if that makes sense. And it does. We have an affidavit attached to the back, I think, of our reply briefing on the suppression issue. I want to make sure the court looks at that. That's admitted as evidence, and I probably don't want to refer to that publicly. Would you like a copy? What was the date of the filing? It should have been on the 19th, December the 19th. What was the name of the document? Reply to, objection to. This was the reply to the state's objection to the motion to suppress IGG material. It's not showing on the 19th. Oh, here we go. It was on the 20th. So there is a database that this hooker can go into and find the documents that she's talking about without him having to be a smartass to her about it. See, he's just rude for nothing. He's rude for nothing. Okay. What is it you want to reference in the argument with respect to this affidavit? Standing, Your Honor. I don't need to reference that particularly. I just wanted to draw the court's attention to it. In particular, the standing that the affidavit suggests that the unknown E was Mr. Kohberger. Is that what I'm reading? No, that there was a sample within the trash that was Mr. Kohberger's, which we knew that already from what they said in the court order, the judge's court orders. The court. Okay. I'm not sure the state's arguing that there's no standing as to the trash. I think the standing argument related to the genetic testing through the companies and to the objection to the testing of materials found at the crime scene. Am I correct about that? This is the state. Your Honor, we did assert in our briefing standing. It was kind of in passing in the sense that we think the fact that it was a trash pool resolves that issue. Sure, there was no warrant for it though, right? Hippler, I appreciate the trash pool legal issues in terms of privacy standing, but in terms of standing of this is not Mr. Kohberger's DNA, so why am I hearing from him standing, which is part of what you argued on the IGG information. Correct. The court, there's that issue. I don't see that impacted here because it sounds like some of his DNA was in that trash. And then there's a standing issue, as I understand it, related to the extent that the defense is not conceding that the DNA found on the knife sheath was Mr. Kohberger's. He has no position to object to the testing of the DNA in the knife sheath. Correct. And that's true. Like we've said 1,000 times, the defense has never once came out and said that they don't believe that it is Bryan Kohberger's DNA. They've never, ever, ever once said that. Hippler, I don't see there, frankly, is an argument as to the standing issue of not his DNA as it relates to the trash pool. That's just how I see it. If you think that's different and you need to make an argument, you need to let me know so I know what we're getting into. No, Your Honor, it's not different than that. What happened is that in the opening brief, they asserted there was DNA found in there, including an unidentified male. In the response, I said, well, that's not standing. You can't just say unidentified male. Exactly. You can't just say unidentified male. Practice what the frick you preach, broski. In the reply, they attached this saying, well, we looked at it and it was his. That's sufficient. I don't plan on arguing that point. All right. Are we square then? I think so. If you have a question of doubt, ask to approach. We can go offline real quick. I would rather err on the side of caution than not. And then I think that's it probably. Notifying the public. Your Honor, can I just briefly ask, we have some of the victims in the hallway, meaning the Goncalves is the victim's family in the hallway. I guess they've been told by somebody they can come in when the court was open. I'm not sure who would have told them that. No, Steve knew that. Okay. The Goncalveses went on the news the day before, after we found out that the courtroom was going to be completely closed and they weren't going to be allowed in there. Before they posted on their Facebook page that they were on the way to Boise, Steve already went on News Nation or some local station or whoever. He went on the freaking mainstream media news, okay, and made a statement about it because he said that he wasted the money to go down there instead of saying that his supporters, his family's supporters, they paid for the trip that they had to pay for because they thought they were going to be going in there. And now that money was wasted because now they're not allowed in. He took ownership of the money being wasted, like he deserved to like have more thrown at him. That's what he did. So the simple fact they showed up is on them. They knew the whole day before they even drove down there that they were not going to be allowed in. And they did it anyway. And the state says, I don't know either. That's just what they're representing to us. We didn't understand that to be the courts. The problem is, I don't want to have to chase them out. Absolutely understood. Sandra can have a TV in the conference room. They can watch it on, and that's fine. And then I think that's it. Okay, they're talking about basically just like the portions that are going to be argued next and about the Frank's hearing information and that they need a minute to pull information up. And then talk about Jennings is handling Frank's information. And then Nye is going to be talking about the IGG suppression. That's it. That is it. We finished it. It took 5 hours. And I can barely talk. But we finished it. There's a lot of information in there. I'm going to end up probably going in, not probably. I'm going to end up going in and doing like the highlights. Stuff like that. But yeah. I love how they sit there in a letter pinned by the feds, admit to all of these things. Judge Hippler was told all of these things, and he still didn't grant a damn thing. I don't understand. I don't understand. Let me see if she'll let me wake her up. Oh, she's going to be mad. Hello. Hello. She's going to go right back to sleep. She's just been laying here this whole time. Well, since I brought her in. Oh, now she's going to stretch. Yeah, that whole thing about like, oh, we couldn't run through CODIS because it would bump out the knife sheath DNA. What do you mean you can only do one at a time? What do you mean? And why didn't they send the other profiles off to Othram or to the feds or to another company to do IGG work to try to figure out who they were? Payne is totally contradicting himself and lying. Just insane. Insane. No, not yet, Lisa. I'm gonna buy it either today or tomorrow. I'm gonna go back and look at the voting on it and see. What is on my shirt? I'm gonna go back and look at the voting. I was talking to Slade about it, and she really does like to sleep on like my desk. Like this is where she's at most of the time. She's either right here, and I'm having to do like this to type like during my work day for my medical stuff. I'm having to like go over type like this because she's right here. Or she's usually over here, like on this side, and this is like I put a little thing on it for her to lay on, but it's still like a desk spot. So I might end up doing, I think it's B that has the flat. It's like a coffin shaped, because they're Gothic cat beds. For those of you who don't know, it's in my community tab. Y'all can go over there and vote if you haven't seen it yet. But they're black and red Gothic cat trees, And one of them has like a hammocky thingy, and the other one has like flat, and it's like shaped like a coffin, but it's flat. And I think the flat one is probably the one that she's gonna like. That's what my son was talking about. It might be the flat one. Might be the flat one. So yeah, I'm gonna go back and get like the highlights from the judge's orders and from this stuff and put them together and try to figure out the new information versus the old information and the flip-flop stuff that the judge did here, because there's a couple things that, yeah, me too, Carla. I'm disappointed in him too. Like the change of venue was still good in a way, because at the time we knew damn well where Moscow was at with the way that they were thinking of it, because at the end of the day, the jury is still the one that has to make the decision. But the judge isn't helping anything when it comes to this. And again, I don't appreciate how he helps the state. Like Judge might have been like kind of like weak-spined, but at least to me, I felt like he gave both sides a lot of leeway. Like he was like that kindergarten teacher who just kept letting them like get away with things over and over again. But Hippler is like helping the state. I don't give a shit what anybody says. He's helping the state make their arguments. He asks questions that leads them into parts of the argument that they were never going down that road until he would mention something, especially when it comes to Jennings. Like he's really super helping Jennings. Just wild to me. Absolutely wild. But we're hitting that 5-hour mark now, and I'm going to go and I'm going to get off of this thing. It is 10:15. And I'm sure some of y'all people have plans. Probably not, though, because it's already 10:15. If you're still here, you're probably not going anywhere. Let's be for real, because I know I'm not. I'm honestly probably going to watch the Gabby Petito thingy tomorrow. The one on Netflix, the new one. It's supposed to be really, really good because her family was really involved in the documentary. And there's some information in there about like an ex-boyfriend and stuff that I didn't know about before. So it should be interesting. I might watch it. I might start it tonight and finish it tomorrow. Then I'll probably just like do a video on my opinion. So we'll see. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all of the gifted memberships, the super stickers, the super chat things. Honestly, I don't know the difference between a super sticker and a super chat. Maybe we should figure that out. And all of you guys for being here. Thank you so much for all the things. And you'll have a great, super great night. Let me see if I can actually play this intro now. Let me do this part real quick. Please do not forget to leave a like on your way out and subscribe to the channel if you are not subscribed already. Okay, so now I'm going to say, see y'all, and I'm going to roll the outro. So y'all actually get y'all's little music. Y'all have a great night. See y'all.